And good morning. Let me just get set up here. A few things to bring up first with this storm. And it's not even about being right or wrong, because these days that's what a lot of people focus on, being right or wrong. To trying to be as accurate as possible is really what's important. And I've been covering this system for pretty much a week. And pretty much everything I said about this has come to fruition. And you could see the track took more of a central track between the American and Euro models. The Euro was closer, again. Originally, the American had it going up through here, and then it started to shift east, closer to where the Euro was. And this is why I love using the Euro, for accuracy. The American still has to catch up to the Euro model. And I'm getting messages, and I don't know what they are. And I'm not going to look right now. It's too early in the morning for that. But the real danger of this storm is, like I said yesterday, and they're starting to say it in the media because I caught wind of it this morning on, I don't know if it was the Weather Channel or AccuWeather, but it's about the rain. It's about the flooding. It's about the storm surge. That's what the danger is with this storm, and isolated tornadoes, which is always part of a system like this. I mean, that's why when you know what you're talking about somewhat, it makes sense. And I don't put clickbait saying anything like, I'm going to talk this morning about the Hurricane Debby and massive impact by Hurricane Debby to, because a lot of people like that clickbait stuff. I'm not doing that. I will never do that. It's not me. I will discuss it, but I'm not going to go off the rails on it either. There's a lot of other things going on too. Let me just get sorted. But the problem with this storm is it's going to stay in this area for a few days. And really, yes, Florida had the initial impact. It's Georgia. It's South Carolina. It's these areas that are going to be inundated with this flooding, as I mentioned yesterday. And now they're all talking about it, of course, but this is about the amount of water and the potential for catastrophic, historical rainfall, flooding. Anywhere from, really, from here all the way up to Wilmington. This whole area could get 10, 15, maybe in some isolated places, 20 inches of rain. Because this thing isn't moving fast. It's going to curve, linger a little bit off the coast, and then head back inland. And this is the Euro. This is not good for these people. Like I said, pretty much from here, even maybe a little bit north, all here. Actually, I would say here. From Wilmington, coastal areas, definitely Charleston needs to watch because that's a flood-prone area. This whole area, it's not going to be good. So here comes the storm. Look at this. This is Tuesday morning. Look where it is in 24 hours. It's moving slow. So all this storm surge, rain is going to be there. The bands with isolated tornadoes, it's just going to stay here. Look where it is Wednesday morning. Now it's offshore. Still impacting coastal areas, inland rain. Wednesday afternoon, it's still off coastline. This is so bad. Still inundating all these areas from Southport all the way down to southern Georgia. This is 2 days from now. That's why they're saying so much rain. Then it comes back in on Thursday. Look at this storm surge coming into this area. Oak Island, Southport, all this area. If this happens, this model, it's 2 days out, but when it's 2 days out, it's pretty close. They're gonna just they're just gonna get constant rainfall here. It's not moving fast. And it's just gonna sit over these areas like Harvey. And it's just gonna bring down so much rain, and it's gonna cause possibly, potentially, catastrophic flooding that this area's never seen. What's up, Chaos? So this is dangerous. Flooding, storm surge, riptide, combining anything water related is the number one cause of death on the hurricanes. I wish I could do that, Roswell, but I can't because I'm doing a stream, but that's cool that you're on top of Rumble. Because remember, I'm not just streaming on Rumble, I'm streaming on 4 other platforms. But this is going to be a serious matter for the people that live in the Carolinas, Georgia especially, because Charleston is unbelievably bad when it comes to flooding. So this system is not moving fast. This is Thursday. Look where it is Thursday afternoon. It barely moved. Still affecting the same areas. Friday, finally, it's going inland, but still look at all that energy. And rain associated. So this is a week-long event. It could potentially be a week-long event in this area with constant periods of heavy rainfall, tropical outbursts, downpours, isolated tornadoes as this thing spins and the bands cause these isolated tornadoes. There's got to be tornado watches everywhere right now, which I'm going to check. Let's go to Radar Omega. There's got to be all kinds of warnings. Right now it says I'm surprised at that. There's only 168 alerts. I mean, see, look at the projected path. Now this is the American model, which has been wrong. They insist on using the American model for some reason. It doesn't make sense to me. But Charleston, this is where I'm worried about. Now this is definitely the American model because the Euro has landfall coming up to here. So they're still sticking with their American model here. But look at this vast area. And it's not going to move fast. It's going to be quite some time. We need a radar. Look at that. Look at all that heavy rain. And a lot of it's still offshore too. Look at this heavy rain bands here. And that's just going to come in. So Georgia is already feeling the impacts. Savannah. It's not good. And this system is going to really do, this could be doing potentially, I would not be shocked if we see places underwater in this area here. I'm not even kidding. I don't say that lightly. I would not be surprised if we see people being evacuated from the roofs of their homes or with boats. That's how the potential for how much water is going to fall in this area over the next several days. So this is not good. Can't emphasize it enough. So I hope these people are prepared in here. I really do. Because it's not good. It's just not good. And like I said earlier, and I've been saying for a few days, wind is not the concern. It's the rain. It's the flooding. It's the isolated tornadoes. People right away think of wind. Yeah, if it's a Cat 3, Cat 4, that's when you got to worry about more about the wind side. But because this thing is moving so slow, it's all about the rain and falling in the same areas. Drainage is impossible. It has no time to drain. They're going to be overwhelmed with water. And I'm curious what NOAA. Okay, so NOAA's next alert is in 20 minutes. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Eastern. So let's see what they're saying here. Look at this. Potentially historic heavy rainfall across southeast Georgia and the coastal plain of South Carolina through Saturday morning, the whole week. And will likely result in areas of catastrophic flooding. Heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flooding impacts from portions of central and northern Florida across portions of central and northeast North Carolina through Sunday morning. So it's all the way going up to North Carolina. Life-threatening storm surge, that's happening, that already pretty much happened in Florida. So again, this is about the amount of water. And there is some minor storm surge predicted up the coast into Carolinas. But I'm not concerned about the storm surge. It has to do more with the rain. So you could see they already have extending up into South Carolina. These alerts. And that looks like storm surge warning. Based on the graph on the bottom, the color. So there's storm surge warnings already running up. Just pretty much what I said. Wilmington. That will be extended up. Right now it's more southern. It's going to go all the way up to here possibly. As the new forecast models keep updating. This is not going to be good. It's all because it depends where the track of the system is going to be coming in. Is it going to be more to the north? Is it going to be more to the south? Where is this thing going to make that landfall again once it goes out into the Atlantic and then comes back in? Still a few days away from that. Let's see, rainfall potential. So if you look anywhere in the red, what I said again, Wilmington, they're in the red, this whole area. But this is what I'm worried about. Charleston, Savannah, places down here. That's 20 inches of rain. Over here in the red, it's a foot. This is 16 inches. That's a lot of rain. So this is the next forecast comes out in like 15 minutes. This should be from 8 o'clock this morning. It's just not good. It is not good. There's the flash flooding. And look what I said just a few minutes ago. All the way up to Wilmington. This area right here. I was just saying that. Greatest flash flood risk over the next 5 days. Pretty much from just south of Wilmington all the way down to Florida, the Big Bend, Savannah, Charleston, all this area. You can see 16 inches of rain from this. Potentially 20 inches of rain. This is not going to move fast. It's going to be around all week. Sitting over generally the same area. That's bad news. If we remember what happened, I believe it was Harvey. I believe it was Harvey. It was about the flooding. Record rainfall totals. Record destruction. A lot of what happened there had nothing to do with the wind. It had to do with this thing sitting over areas and the flooding that it caused. Look at this. The highest total recorded over 4 days was 47 inches. That's unbelievable. Now, we're not talking 47 inches here. What I'm trying to do is emphasize the danger of the water in these areas. Now, Charleston is flood prone. Charleston, flood prone area. It is historically a flood prone area. They already declared a state of emergency there. They already did. It is not good. So this area is really something that needs to be watched. South Carolina, same thing. I mean, these areas are going to get hit. There's just no, unless something miraculous happens, I don't see how it's not. Across low country. And this is just 2 to 4 inches. They're worried about flooding. 2 to 4. This is something that happened a month ago. from 2 to 4 inches. Imagine this. Horrible. So that's what I'm really more concerned about here is Charleston. Historic levels of rain. The system is expected to leave between 10 and 20 inches of rain, with the potential to reach up to 30 inches in some areas. And look what it says here. For perspective, we typically get 50 to 60 inches of rain annually, so our system is not designed to handle this kind of volume in such a short period of time. The risk of intense flooding cannot be overstated. This is the mayor saying this. So, they're already preparing state of emergency. This is Charleston is really what I'm focused on and really worried about. Worried about the whole area. But this area, and they've been talking about this for a long time, if a storm similar to Harvey were to linger over Charleston and what a hurricane damage can be done to this area is, they've been talking about this scenario for some time. Well, that scenario is about to happen. For real. Because they can't handle it. They can't handle all this water. And they're right in the middle. And I can't imagine Savannah, all these places. It's not good. And this is not exaggeration. This is the key word here is the potential is there. From South Carolina down Florida, it's a big storm. Look at the size of this storm. Look at the bands on the ocean wrapping around, coming in already. The hurricane is, I don't know if it's a hurricane still. It's down here. It's all the way down here. It's already affecting areas up near Charleston. There's some showers, rain bands coming in, South Carolina. That's how big this system is. And this is not moving fast. So these bands are going to be hitting, coming in. And isolated tornadoes in those bands. Look at that. Look at how massive this thing is. And look how slow it's moving. This is not going to be a thing where it goes over your area for a day and it's gone. This is going to stay around for a while. That's why this is so dangerous. Like I said, anywhere from Wilmington, Southport, all the way down, all this coastline. This is moving generally, right now, it looks like it's moving more to the north. Oh no, it's moving, it's pretty much just rotating there. If I put my mouse, oh, now that's the future model. Look at it, doesn't have it moving. It doesn't have the center of circulation even moving that much in the next 3 hours or 2 hours. It's not even moving. Barely a bump up. And this thing still has to cross over southern Georgia, come back over the Atlantic, linger here, and then come back in somewhere. And through from Southport to Charleston, anywhere in here, this eye can come back in and make landfall. Anywhere through here. That's bad news. And going back to the model, the two models that they use, Forget about all the other spaghetti models. They use the Euro and the American. The Euro is, in my opinion, the best model to follow. So this is the Euro. Look, it's going offshore. The eye is now offshore. By Wednesday. Now look at this. This looks more impressive than it did when it made landfall in the Big Bend in Florida. Look at that. Now here's Charleston. Here's Southport, Wilmington. Look at that. This area here has to be this whole area has to be, whoever is north of the eye with this storm surge, and the most winds is in this area of a hurricane, the northeast quadrant. It's up here, and it's coming in, and they're going to get storm surge. It's going to be ugly. And since it's not moving fast, it's going to be hours. Look at this. So this is where it looks like it's going to make landfall. This one has it right in between by Georgetown. On Thursday. On Thursday. Look at this storm surge coming into this area. And obviously, the nearer you are to, the more wind there is, the closer you are to the center of circulation. But this is going to be bad for Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle, anywhere here, even points north by Wilmington. If this track holds. But what's the problem? It's not just, it's really, the storm surge is one thing. It's the amount of rain that's going to be falling in this area for days. Days. It's not moving fast. Look at this. This is Thursday. This is Friday. It's still there. Now it's not, it's just a low pressure by then. Maybe a depression. But it's still in the area. Look at, now it's going north. But it's still there. It's still in North Carolina. And look at all this energy coming off the ocean. That's why they're saying till Saturday. It finally moves out. Barely moves out by Saturday. That's why I'm emphasizing the amount of rainfall with this system. Because this could be catastrophic. Exactly, Witch Moon. It's the rain. I'm worried about Georgia, coastal Georgia, Savannah, Charleston, anywhere here. And the next the next update from NOAA comes out in about 4 minutes. We'll see what they're saying. Now let's see what the Euro, out of curiosity, is saying. I mean the American. So far, who's been right on the model? Of course, the Euro. The Euro has been the one. So now it even has it on Wednesday still here. But see, the American model caught up to the Euro model. It always does. That's why I don't look at the American. The American always comes back to agree with the Euro. I've noticed this pattern for years. That's why I'm not just saying it in this one instance. It just is the pattern. Euro is more reliable as a model. And now look at this. The Euro has it, the American has it going right back in. It goes out and comes back in. Now that is so oddly rare that I don't see that happening. Look, It has it going out Wednesday, 7 to 10 p.m. And then it lingers 7 to 11. And then by Thursday morning, it has it going back in to Georgia, south of Savannah, and going back inland. The models don't agree with this. The weather forecast models don't agree with that. I can tell you that right now. They don't agree with the American. So what they do is they take the middle point on forecasting. They'll take this one here. They'll take the other one here. And they'll find you a middle point to make their cone. And it's going to be near Charleston. That's the forecast models will do that. They'll take both of them and find a middle point, a median, and they'll predict it to be right here. Taking both models, merge them together, and come with a middle point. So this is probably where they're going to predict the eye to come in. Right near Charleston. If I had to guess. Let's see what NOAA's saying. Should be up. And this is how they do it. Okay, what time? 11 o'clock. Just came out. See? We're going to look at that in a second. They don't have it going back into Georgia. And they're still saying it. Potential historic rainfall across southeast Georgia and the coastal plain of South Carolina through Saturday morning, as I just showed you on the maps. Because you think they just make up their weather forecast? They go by the models. That's what they use, the models. That's why I use the models. It's not like a guess. They're basing it on the data, what the models are indicating. So look at this. The potential for historic heavy rainfall. Heavy rainfall will likely result in considerable flooding impact from portions of central and northern Florida across the portions of central and northeast North Carolina through Saturday morning. So it has the potential for historic, record-breaking amounts of rain. Catastrophic flooding possible. Will likely result, and this is coming from NOAA. This is not coming from me. It's coming from NOAA. Will likely result in areas of catastrophic flooding. What's up, Nicholas? That's bad. And they actually haven't changed any of the graphics. They will by tonight. After every update, it changes very little. It doesn't really change much. But by tonight, by tomorrow morning, you're going to see some changes. So I would like to see the actual cone. Okay, here we go. So they still have it as a tropical storm when it comes in. So where do they have it coming in here? Let's blow this up a little bit. So you see, they don't have it coming into Georgia. They have it coming right here near Myrtle Beach. Look, here's Georgia. Here's the coastline. They have it going out. They don't have it going back in by Georgia like the American model is doing. No, they're using the guidance of the Euro. They're using the Euro forecast and coming up near Southport, Myrtle, somewhere in that area. 8 o'clock Thursday morning, 3 days from now. So I'm getting another thing, 99 mile per winds and 6-foot storm surge when it hit Florida. It just came in from AccuWeather. So they had 6-foot storm surge and 99 mile per hour winds when it made landfall. That's what I just got a notification. So they're definitely using, and it's still going to be a depression. it's still going to be a tropical storm. It's unbelievable. So like I said, the main concern here is the rainfall. And I can't imagine what the images are going to be like when we see it after this is all said and done. You know you're going to see those typical videos that they show of people being evacuated by boat from their homes because the water's going to be. You're going to see a lot of that. You're going to see a lot of houses, the water's up to their doors. Not top of the door, but it's going to be, it's not good. This is not good. Not good. So, prayers for all those people in this area. Savannah, I mean, that whole area. Not good. We're talking 10, 15, 20 inches of rain. Maybe more in some areas. There will be some minor storm surge along the coast too. So, and isolated tornadoes. With all this going on, you always have to worry about those isolated bands of tornadoes. I mean, I can't. And that's why I keep showing this. Look at the bands in the Atlantic. Look at these bands. They're way out. And they're getting their energy from, one, the sun is not helping above. But the amount of energy that's here offshore with these warmer than normal temperatures in the ocean. It is a fuel system for this. It just energizes. It's taking the moisture and it's going to bring it inland. So these bands potentially could be so damaging with these heavy rainfalls, just the bands, the outer bands coming in, and isolated tornadoes in here. And this thing is still all the way down here. There's your eye. It's all the way down here. Look at the amount of heavy rain in here. And I'll say it one more time, it's not moving fast. So it's going to sit over these areas for hours and days. Not so much here. Up here. This is really, I can't even zoom out enough. This is really from, like I said, Savannah. That's, I can't even move the map. This whole area. Right in there. Because all that rain is coming your way north. It's not moving fast. It's going to go back over the Atlantic. Gain a little bit of strength again for its limited time that it's going to be over the ocean, the eye. And then it's going to come back in. It's going to make that turn. So I hope these people are preparing and they don't have much time because it's really on their doorstep now. The rain, it's on their doorstep and it's not going anywhere for days. So I hope people are buying supplies to last a week, at least. So if you're in anywhere up here north, if you're in Myrtle Beach, If you're anywhere here, south of Wilmington, I hope you're being prepared and getting ready for this, because this isn't going to be a joke. You still have time. It hasn't gotten to you yet. This is just rainfall. You still have time down here. Your time is running out. Do it now. Not talking about wind, shuttering up your windows. Prepare for the floods, power outages, all that. Prepare now. And, you know, people say, oh, I do this all the time. I hate when people do this. And it doesn't hit me. That is so ridiculous. Oh, I spent all this money on supplies. Well, where the fuck are the supplies going to go? The supplies are good. You still have them. Thank God. But what if you don't have those supplies and you do get hit? It makes me crazy. It's so easy to say after the fact, oh, it missed me. I did all this. Thank God it missed you. Thank God. But are you going to leave yourself and your family or even your neighbors? Because I help my neighbors make sure they're okay when we're getting some crazy line of storms coming through, power outages. I have their generator ready to go. So it's not just about you, it's about others in your community. Seniors, do you need help? Are you okay? I'm here. Do you need anything? Help them. Ask them. Do you need food? Did you get your medication? I can drive you to the pharmacy, but we're going to have to do it now. We don't have much time. I think that's the right thing to do. So I hope people are paying attention to their local forecast, weather, local government officials giving them the information they need. But you'd be surprised how many people don't do that and think it's a joke. Don't take it seriously. Or be hanging out on the beach, you know, parties going on. The last thing I want to do in a storm like this is be inebriated, drunk, high, anything like that. That's the last thing you want. You need somebody to have their bearings in the event some emergency happens. Do you realize how foolish and stupid that is? But people do it because they think it's funny. They think it's a joke. It's not a joke. And it really irks me. So yeah, that's the, what's up, 91? I don't get it, but you know, that's just the way it is. Another thing now, getting away from the weather for a little bit. I've downloaded this, and it might sound crazy, but yesterday, and it came out, I think it was AP or whatever, Secretary of State Antony Blinken told the G7 leaders that he thought Iran was going to hit Israel within the next 24 hours. So they have intelligence. They're not just saying that loosely. So right now, it's 7 hours ahead in Israel. And God forbid, I mean, oh my God, it's like 6:11 in the evening in Israel right now. So let me see if it's something we could find. Antony Blinken, G7, Iran. I spelled his name. Oh, there it is. But this was yesterday. Because I heard this yesterday. He told the members of the G7, the leaders of the G7, that Iran and Hezbollah could attack Israel in the next 24 hours. Well, that would make tonight that window. So I'm not saying that anything is going to happen tonight, but I am going to say keep an eye on what's going on over there. Like I said, they're 7 hours ahead of me Eastern. So if you're in California, it's 10 hours. But I'm going to be keeping a close eye from, say, 3 o'clock my time, which is 10 o'clock Israeli time, onward. Because it would happen under nightfall. They're not going to do it during the day. So I found an app. It's called Red Alert, one word, and then the word Israel. It is their emergency alert system for any kind of detection of aircraft, rocket fire for their civilians. When I know something is going down, when this thing goes off. And it does go off from time to time. I mean, there is the constant barrage of exchanging of rocket fire in northern Israel with Lebanon. So you'll get a couple of alerts popping up. One woke me up in the middle of the night last night, and then I saw footage of the Israeli Iron Dome intercepting some rockets. That was this morning. But it's called Red Alert, and then the word Israel. Oh God, what was all that? That was not the alerts. Okay. I'm going to have to deal with all that later. Not now. So this is what it looks like. Let me put myself on larger on the screen. So if you are interested and want to be notified in real time when the Israeli government puts out these alerts to their people, this is the apps. This is the app, Recent Alerts. And it covers the entire country, the state of Israel right there. So you can see confirmation, and the phone makes a loud notification sound, and it's called Red Alert Israel. So I'm going to clear all those red alerts. So it's clear. So now I don't have any alerts. Now, we're going to cover the story on the station. God forbid it happens. We're going to cover it after everything is assessed, who was involved, both sides, if, any kind of damage or if none, casualties, the whole thing. We're going to cover it on the station. So I already told a couple of the hosts that are going to be involved in doing a special broadcast to download this app. Why? Because once this thing starts to go off and it's not stopping, not like this morning it happened, like I said, it does go off from time to time. Because their sirens in Israel go off, it sends an alert out to the people that are localized in that area. But once this thing potentially goes off in the next few days, non-stop, that there's all kinds of alerts happening throughout the country, this thing is not going to stop making a sound. Then I know, before the media covers it, before the media starts to cover it, possibly, the Israeli government's going to give out these alerts to their people to take cover, seek shelter. I will pretty much know something is amiss. Something's about to happen. So if you are interested in something like that you want to know when things are going on over there, not just with this impending thing, but period. If you have family in Israel or friends, whatever it is, this is what you want to get. Because then you'll know. And it shows you the map you can focus in on where the alert is happening at. Like last night when I got this, a lot of it was happening obviously in northern Israel. And actually, it was happening on both sides, west and east Israel, northeast Israel. So if you're interested in that, just look for Red Alert Israel, the app. So like I said, right now, and there are cameras, you can go on YouTube. There are plenty of places that you can keep an observation. Like I use DD One Click Cypress, so Cypress One Click. Excuse me. I tend to look at his cameras. I also have other cameras I look at. So right now you could see it's still early in Israel. It's not nightfall yet. So this is just one YouTube channel that is showing, and right now you can see it's 5:18, which is correct, and it shows you all these cameras. But this isn't DD Cypress. This is another channel. But it's showing you different vantage points, overlooking, of course, Tel Aviv. And then you have facing the Lebanon border, the border with Lebanon. It's interesting. They have an image from Tehran. You're not gonna see nothing coming from there. And that's the thing. Northern Israel, Haifa, a lot of Haifa cameras. Tel Aviv, so Syria even. You're not gonna see much from that. But you can go on YouTube, because a lot of this, I don't know how much mainstream media is actually going to cover. We know how that goes. We know how that goes with mainstream media. Any of them. Your best place to go see a lot of these live streams of what's actually happening in close to real time, because there's always a lag, a delay. Believe it or not, YouTube is one of the good sources for that, for these cameras. But I like DD. Where is he? Right here. Because he has a wide view. That's why I check his channel out too. So it's DD Cypress, One Click, I think, on YouTube. See, that was the last one. See that confrontation line, that alert 6 hours ago? That's the app that I was just showing you on the camera. That's where he got that from, because that's what it says, confrontation line. That's exactly the message I got. And I said it was this morning. Early, it woke me up 6 hours ago. Yeah, it woke me up. So this is definitely looking from northern Israel. I think it's looking northwest into Lebanon. Now you could see the sun hasn't set yet. They're not going to do any kind of offensive measure in daylight. It would be stupid. I'm waiting to see what happens tonight when nightfall happens in this region. And I'm telling you, it could happen tonight. And I know everybody says, oh, it's going to happen tonight. It's going to happen tonight. Well, when I saw what Blinken told the G7 leaders that it could happen in the next 24 hours, and that was yesterday, well, that kind of tells me there's intelligence indicating they're really close to preparing for an attack. He would not have told the G7 leaders. And that's why there's such a rush of trying to get citizens out of Lebanon from so many countries, because they see that this is impending. It's going to happen soon. It's a lot of people saying, oh, it's not going to happen. Don't count on that. I pray to God that nothing crazy happens here, because it's going to be a major escalation no matter what. But I would suggest people keep an eye on this today. And the markets are already reflecting it. They're saying, yeah, it has to do with the poor jobs report. Poor jobs report didn't do to the market what it's doing today, because a lot of people are fearing globally that a war is about to break out in the Middle East. Oil prices are going to go skyrocketing. It's also what the world is viewing. It's the global outlook. And I'm telling you, this is going to cause so much damage in so many different areas if this happens. So keep an eye on this today, later this afternoon, if you're here in the States. I'm just looking at all my messages. Oh my God. Oh, cool. He already sent me the show description. I got to do a pre-record at 6 o'clock tonight. And I have a feeling all hell's going to break loose around that time. Just a feeling. Maybe wrong. And I hope I am wrong. So, on top of everything that's going on, that may be going on. And that I deleted the messages, unless this thing goes off, that there's an alert issued. God forbid it goes off right now. But it is a very loud, and actually, if you saw what happened in April, anywhere, you heard these alerts going off in the background on devices, it was that app. It was that app. That's crazy. But it was this app, the red alert. And it makes a very loud, distinctive sound that you know it's an emergency alert. So, unfortunately, I deleted. See, like this was the last one that he had on his screen 6 hours ago. That one. It's right near the Lebanese border. That's the one that woke me up this morning. And it was right on the border. Right on the borderline. And that was, let's read them. 6 hours ago, like he put, confrontation line, 6 hours ago, Rosh HaNikra. I'm pronouncing that wrong and I apologize, but rocket fire. And Zarit, 6 hours ago, rocket fire. And then it goes on, all the past alerts. And it shows you, like in Zarit, it'll show you where it happened, not far from where the other rockets were. To the east. Right along the border. That happened around the same time 6 hours ago. Right there. I will tell you this, and I'm just making a assumption, a guess. It's going to be bigger than April. Iran was embarrassed by that. Because most, 95, 98% were intercepted. A few did get through, but didn't cause significant damage. A few did get through. But here's the key. The ones that did get through were ballistic. They travel faster. If all of those drones got taken down by the U.S., and there's a lot of factors involved here. What happened in April when Iran launched hundreds of drones and rockets toward Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Other Arab countries helped airspace. There's a bunch of stuff that has to happen in order for the US, the UK, the French. There has to be an agreement in place. Now, will the Jordanians, the Saudis, and some of these other Arab countries that helped, they did, in a defensive measure, helped Israel, will they do that now? Because they were obviously extremely, actually, upset at what happened in Iran with the Hamas leader. They were all publicly outraged, but that could be also because they have to do that because their people are outraged. They have to make a statement to reflect that. You know what I mean? They have to do that because their people are outraged. They don't want to say something counter to that because then their people would be like, well, then what are you doing? The people would go nuts. So they have to come out with a public statement, a strong statement condemning the actions of Israel. But now there's information saying, and it's public in some places, that it was IRGC members that planted the bomb in that guest house. And so there's word of arrests of these individuals. So it was the Revolutionary Guard themselves that were working with the Mossad or with Israel, I'm assuming all this right now, that planted that bomb there. They used Iranians to plant the bomb that took him out. So it was Iran. That's why technically Iran could say we neither confirm nor deny that we did it. Well, technically, they didn't. Technically. Because it was Iranians that planted the bomb for them. So technically, they didn't get their hands dirty. They had the Iranian Revolutionary Guard do it for them under orders coming from Israel. But technically, did they launch a missile? Iran is going to cover it up because they don't want to reveal that they're having this inner turmoil going on within their most trusted IRGC, the Revolutionary Guard Corps. That's the last thing they want out there, that they have double agents, the spies working for the Mossad within the IRGC. That's the last thing they want. That's really embarrassing for them. So it's also about their image, obviously. So, yes, I think there's a lot of things, a lot of variables here. Another thing too, I don't see it happening because it takes like 5 to 6 hours for these drones to reach Israel. That's a lot of airtime. They're slow. It could be knocked down. Anyone learns from their mistakes. Iran, I don't think, is going to repeat doing the same thing this time. I think they're definitely going to use their proxies who are closer proximity to Israel, like Hezbollah, which has, they say, 100,000 rockets standing by. They're going to use proxies in Iraq and Syria. The Houthis are going to get involved, and Israel is going to have it coming in from all sides. That's what I think is going to happen. I don't think necessarily that we're going to see launches from Iran itself this time. Now, if Iran does, I don't think it's going to be much drones. I think it's going to be more ballistic missiles. Because they know from the last time, a few of those got through. So what if they launch 300 ballistic missiles? What if Hezbollah launches hundreds, if not thousands, of rockets? And it's coming from the east, southeast as well, from Yemen, or coming from their east, not just the north, their east in Iraq, or northeast, Syria, or, of course, east in Iran. Can They have 3 layers of protection. It's not just the Iron Dome. It's David Sling. There's a couple of other layers that they have for defensive countermeasures. Everybody hears about the Iron Dome, but the Iron Dome is not all they have. So it's going to be, if that happens on that scale, can Israel withstand an attack coming from all sides, pretty much? Does the defensive countermeasures, can they withstand waves of rockets like this? Can Iron Dome hold up? David Sling? And the other one, I can't, Galilee, I can't remember the name of it. Galileo, something like that. There's another one. It's layered. Altitude, it's layers. I don't know. Could you imagine, like, that video showing Tel Aviv? Can you imagine seeing rockets falling and hitting Tel Aviv? Can you imagine what Israel's reaction will be if that were to happen? That's why this is so dangerous. And some people in the United States are saying, take out their oil fields. Well, China has a big investment in Iranian oil fields. China's not going to fucking like that. Yes, exactly, Nicholas. Exactly. That's where that's exactly what I was trying to say. China has a heavy investment in their oil fields. So there's some clowns in the United States saying the United States should take out their oil fields. That's fucking World War instantly. Other players are stepping in. A lot of the European countries have relationships with Iran. Though we don't, a lot of other countries do. And they get their oil from Iran. We don't have this. Because we have bad relations with Iran doesn't mean the rest of the world does. Are we that stupid and ignorant to think? I don't understand sometimes where people say things out of their mouths and they don't realize the implications globally. Not so fast. Now, if it were myself, first of all, and there are some people that think the United States should do an offensive attack on Iran, which now we have just defensive measures is one thing. That's one thing. Going on the offensive with Israel is another thing. And just think what world opinion is right now. Well, we're going to be in that narrow area of alignment. Because I'm going to tell you, NATO's not going to want to get involved. And that's despite what somebody says about NATO. Let's forget about the politics involved. It's just looking at the strategic disadvantages and advantage of what's going to happen. The prices, oil's going to instantly go up. It's going to get sick. The economies around the whole world are going to freak out. It's already reflecting this morning. They fear a war is coming. The signs are on the wall right now. But if I was to take something out, I would probably be infrastructure in Iran and their nuclear program. If I'm going to hit a target, I'm not going to hit the oil fields because, like I said, let's see how much China has vested interest. And remember, who's the alliance now? China? Russia just signed an agreement with Iran. Let's not forget that. It's Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea. Those 4 are working together. Let's not forget that. Let's not forget how wars spread, regional conflicts become more wide scale, and it could become a global fucking war. It's so easy for people to say, let's bomb them here, let's destroy them, let's level them to the Stone Age. So easy to say. You really want to go there? And then when all these people are saying this and we go to war, then It's the administration's fault for getting us into a war while all you fucking war hawks was calling for it. And now you're going to flip it and say, oh, he brought us into another war. You all were screaming for it. So it's a no-win situation in that way. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because you're screwed either way. Because on the one hand, there's a lot of people in one party right now saying that we should attack Iran. But once we do that and we're in a war, let's see what they say then. How easy they will flip and say, you started a war right before the elections. It's no win. So, got to have some common sense too. It's so easy to say shit out of a person's mouth. It's so easy. Especially when there's no ramifications, no consequences for the words that you speak. Then you just keep doing it. You know what I mean? I don't get it. I don't get how people could be just so ignorant or narrow-minded. You got to think of everything. You got to look at the whole picture, not just your little sliver. Look at the whole picture here. And it gets me sometimes. I'm like, really, people? Really? Okay. Well, a lot of this is old. So let's look at this. Who is Iran's top buyer of oil? So for those people that want to attack the oil fields out there, somewhere in Congress or wherever, you better think twice about it. Because China is their number one buyer. Number one buyer of oil. Remember, China depends a lot on other countries' resources. Well, Iran's top buyer is China. So you attack those oil fields, you think China's going to move on fucking Taiwan. That's what's going to happen. Especially if they think U.S. is involved in this. They're going to say, okay, the U.S. just attacked Iran, where we get our number one oil supply. Well, guess what? Now we're going to we're going to take Taiwan. We're not going to just sit back and let this happen. I mean, Jesus Christ. And that's how easily this could get out of control and turn into a real, like a world war. It's so easy to talk out of one's mouth, but the consequences and the actions and the ramifications are, I don't even want to think about what could be. So before people start running their mouths and saying we should do this and do that, think about how it affects other countries. Not too long ago, a couple of years ago, and it's the New York Times, but this is actually something that did happen. I'm not paying for the New York Times. 3 years ago, China with a $400 billion Iran deal could deepen influence in Middle East. Oh, that's fucking great. Great. So China has a vested interest in Iran. You got to look at both sides. You got to see not just both sides, multiple sides. How it affects other countries, not just our own. What is the rest of the world's reaction? And they depend a lot on what goes on over there. There are fucking pipelines. There's all kinds of shit. Um, you don't think there are, you know, it's crazy. And here's a little tidbit that people may not even fucking know because they don't want to know. Donald Trump gave certain countries waivers to continue getting oil from Iran. $6 billion worth. Okay? Let's just put this into context. In 2018, Trump granted 8 countries, including South Korea, a waiver that allowed them to continue purchasing oil from Iran even after the U.S. imposed sanctions on the Gulf nation after Trump abandoned the nuclear deal as he took a tougher stance against Iran. And you know that Iran privately, and now it's publicly, has a hit on a lot of people in this country. So, again, information's a bitch. There's so many things that the public isn't aware of that goes on behind the scenes. Negotiations, relationships with other countries. It's not just a us thing. It's a world thing. Okay. That one doesn't work. Let's just see one other little. Okay, it keeps bringing China up. It keeps bringing China, buys more Iranian oil now than it did before. I mean, there's a lot of references here to China. A lot. Venezuela gets a lot of it from Iran. Turkey. India. Italy. Let's look. I'm going to make the screen bigger on this chart. Oh my God, it's even hard to see it with that. China is the biggest one. India is just as much. South Korea. Europe gets 20% of their oil from Iran. Europe. 20%. You think they want to see? That's why oil, the price of oil, is going to go up because it's a global effect. Here's the chart. And you can see Japan even gets 4%. Turkey, UAE. You can see how it's broken down here. Europe, 20, 19. South Korea gets 12. India gets 29. China gets that. Look at this. Venezuela, France, Spain. I mean, so really? You think these countries want to see, especially China, wants to see those oil fields get hit? They get almost 30% of their oil. But if you look at that, look at in 2023, China got 91%. Syria, 7%, and Venezuela made up the rest. Look at this. China. Okay, so again, I would not be surprised if there's some talk going on behind the scenes between China and the US. And China's telling, if you hit those oil fields in Iran, we're taking Taiwan. But the public isn't aware of shit like that. The public wants all this stuff to happen, but they don't know the ramifications if you make that move, what the other country's response is going to be. It's so easy to talk. Public outrage. But what's actually happening with the interactions with governments and the implications of such a thing could be devastating. Like I said, it's so easy to talk. People turn red. But we have to look at the real impact of such a thing. Yeah, Charles, I mean, again, I'm not making this political. I'm not going to get into this or that. I'm just saying, if you look at this objectively, overall, I was talking to Chris last night, and we were talking about all the different scenarios that could happen here. And I told him, I think if Israel wants to go for those oil fields, the United States will not take part of that. They're definitely going to isolate themselves. And China and Israel, remember, it has to do also with that alliance. Like I said, North Korea, Iran, Russia, and China. I'm telling you, this could break out into a major war. It all depends on the retaliation. First of all, we don't know if this is really going to happen. The signs are indicating that there is going to be some type of an attack on Israel in the coming days, if not tonight. But then you have to assess, like I was telling Chris, you have to assess what the damage was, if there is at all. Were civilian lives killed? Lost? Like, how much significant damage, if any, Israel withstands in this onslaught, barrage of rockets, drones, missiles, whatever. That is definitely going to depend on all those things, on how Israel thinks what they should do to retaliate. And I'm sure there are conspiracy theorist people out there already saying Israel's going to allow some of these missiles to hit Tel Aviv to escalate the war. You know that people are already going to talk about that. You know that, because everything has a conspiracy behind it. Everything. But you know that's going to be one of the first things. Oh, Israel purposely let those rockets hit Tel Aviv to show it on video, the buildings exploding by missiles fired from Hezbollah and Iran, to create a global sentiment like for them. You know that's coming. Anybody with half a brain can figure that out. And all the other conspiratorial angles involving this. That's just one example. I could probably think of 10 sitting here before it even fucking happens. But that's just the environment that we all live in. It's a propaganda tool. It really is. And both sides have it. Let's not say that. Both sides, even in the wars that we've had, all sides have propaganda machines. But now, because of this age of social media and streams and everything else, it's just as worse as it could possibly get. Because a lot of this inflames things. Everybody's looking to make a name for themselves as a streamer, clickbait, hits. This is more about themselves than thinking about the betterment of the whole. Because all they really give a shit about is themselves. That's reality. And that's right, Charles. The sympathy angle would definitely benefit Netanyahu. no doubt. But you understand what I'm saying? Controversial stuff gets people's attention. Peace is boring. It's unbelievable, but you know what I mean? Diplomacy is boring. They want to see. They get excited. They want to see shit get worse and amped up and talk about it and talk about this or talk about that. You know, like, my God. I do the opposite. I don't care. I want to see freaking peace somehow, some way. And at this point, it's really slipping away. The hostage, it's so funny what this Netanyahu did. And think about the timing of this. When Netanyahu came to speak in front of Congress, and then he met with Biden and Harris, and they had their meetings and discussions. And then all Kamala said, and not Kamala, because that's so disrespectful, all Kamala said was that, yes, we're going to stand by Israel, blah, 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 but we also have to be mindful of what's going on to the civilians in Gaza. There's nothing wrong with that, because I'm going to tell you this right now. What's going on in fucking Gaza, when we see the footage, when Israel allows the real press to go in there and start filming it with drones and everything, that place is leveled. Tens of thousands of people have been killed. A lot of them children. The place is completely rubble. They're completely displaced. They have no place to go back to live because the whole fucking place has been leveled. The health environment, it's a severe humanitarian crisis, starvation, whatever it is. The world needs to see that. The world needs to see this. So like Nicholas was saying, there's two sides. There's actually more than two sides. But they're not allowing the press to go in. There have been 113 journalists, independent journalists, killed so far in Gaza. There has been over 150 UN workers that have been killed in Gaza. It's going to take decades to even get close to rebuilding Gaza for those people. The suffering that's going on in Gaza is undeniable. So yes, there is a major fucking humanitarian concern when it comes to that. But then what does he do? What does he do? He goes down to fly down to Mar-a-Lago. And while sitting at the table, he says, I hope that what Harris said doesn't disrupt the peace talks. He's trying to impress Trump. Trump is sitting right in front of him. Because they had a little riff when Netanyahu congratulated Biden when 2020 happened. Trump was pissed. So that's what he says. Oh, I hope that what she said doesn't threaten the peace negotiations, the ceasefire. No, you're the one. You're the one who's doing this. You're the one that's causing the crisis. Because what happened right after he left that meeting with Trump, where Trump says, do anything you can, we do anything you want. Well, that's what he did. Hours later, the Hamas leader is killed in Tehran. Literally hours. And then he had to fly back to Israel. So who's the one that caused, really, the end of complete stop, mic drop, stop, to cause these talks to die? They're dead. They're dead right now. They're dead. Who did it? What Harris said or what Netanyahu did and said? Come on now. Let's be fucking real. As a matter of fact, the majority of Israeli citizens do not want him in power anymore. They want him out. In Israel. Just look. Do the research. So it's unbelievable, the nonsense that we hear in our media here with the fucking partisan nonsense. Because it's both sides. And how it affects what we say, what our leaders say matters. The rest of the world listens. I don't think people realize the implications that our leaders have when they open up their mouths. The rest of the world is watching and listening. I mean, come on. Reckless. I mean, so getting back to it, I hope, I pray that this thing doesn't get out of hand and escalate. And you know there's going to be fingers pointed, blame everywhere. You know, the fingers are going to start to point everywhere from both sides here in this country. Be ready for that. What coulda, shouldn't have been done, this, that kind of deal. You know that's coming. Despite a war that is about to explode regionally, if not globally. We're going to be too busy fighting with each other on who was wrong, who was right, who's this, that. We'll be too busy. When the real issue is watching what the hell is going on over there. Oh, and then they're going to connect the upcoming elections to it, you know, all that. Typical. That's goes without saying. But this is very, very serious. This is bad. I cannot emphasize how bad this could get. And fast. And it's not a joke. I'm really worried how bad this could get. And economies are going to be affected around the world. There's no doubt about that. And there's other things out there that people bring up in a conversation, and it drives me nuts. Let me see. Like this one. This is a big talking point. Facts matter. Here's one that people, and he uses it. Well, we're going to produce more oil in the United States. Biden already granted in his first 2 years more oil and gas drilling permits than Trump in his first 2 years. Fact. That's fact. Actually, to date, he's given more drilling permits and for gas and oil than Trump did. Oh, but I thought he's the one that's going to bring energy producing back to the United States. Well, if you look at the facts, Biden surpassed him. That's a big talking point, which is false. You want to see more? I can show more. There's a lot of stuff out there that's so bad. Who do you think added more to police funding, Trump or Biden? Answer that question. Look it up. Biden. I have a really good one. You want to see a real good one? And of course, Biden's not running again. But I'm just saying there's a lot of stupid misinformation talking points out there that people buy and run with it all day long. I'll show you a really interesting one. We hear about crime in America. Crime in New York. In the big cities. You know that New York doesn't even rank per capita top 10 for crime. Not even. New York City doesn't even rank on the top. It's so bizarre. Let me see. I can't see my corner of my screen. God, please tell me I have it. It was such an interesting little piece of information. I don't know what's going on with my bookmarks. Firefox is really sucking. I'm gonna have to stop getting bookmarks on Firefox. It's not saving them. All right, let me try history. All bookmarks. History. Last 7 days. All right. I found a really interesting article on that. History. Okay, this is not going to fucking help either. I may just have to try to find it, which kind of sucks because it was a hard article to find. Oh, this might be it. Well, I was right, 14th, but this is just one thing. New York actually ranks 14th, but that's not the article I want. Per state. Per state. These are shocking. This is shocking information that I found. Damn it, it had a per capita, it had the investment. I can't believe I don't have that bookmark. No. Investment. I could have sworn I bookmarked it. All right, let's try to find it this way. Financial investment crime state. Oh, that's not going to work. And it was from an FBI thing that I remember. Well, this is based. How old is this article? March 24th. We want something more recent. And the top states on this one is the most dangerous states in the United States. This was March 1st. New Mexico, Arkansas, Louisiana, Colorado, California, Tennessee, South Carolina, Nevada, Alaska. Based on per capita, the number of the population. You break it down by the numbers. New York City has over 8 million people in it. You're going to see higher crime statistics based on the population numbers. But if you break it down number to number, those states have the worst crime. But that's just an example. But there's one that I'm looking for specifically. And actually crime is, they won't tell you this. Across the board, crime is actually down. But they won't tell you that. Okay, maybe this is it. Here, I found it. It is fucking bookmarked, and I don't know why it didn't fucking save. This was 3 days ago. This article, 3 days ago. And check this out. Let's look at this. South Carolina has among worst crime rates in U.S. New report shows. Here's why it ranks and why. A national study of FBI statistics and local government spending has found that South Carolina has the third worst crime rate based on how much money is spent on policing. We hear about defunding the police, investing in policing, putting the money toward the communities for policing. Well, you'll be surprised who the fucking top culprits are here, and it's not New York. South Carolina they experience 111 crimes per 1,000 spent on police, almost double the national average of 66. The worst state was Nebraska, and second was Arkansas. The best return on investment was New York. Oh, but wait a minute. New York City's defunding the police. They're taking money away from it. Actually, because people look at the numbers of crime statistics and they don't realize the population. And they think that, oh my God, look at all that crime that's going on in the city. Well, New York is the best, putting the money to policing. The best in all states. What's up with that? What is up with that? States were ranked based on how many crimes occurred per 1,000 of government spending on police services. South Carolina had the 9th highest crime rate nationally. That represents 2,920 per 100,000 citizens. See, that's the key word there, per capita. Per capita. For the amount of population you have. That's the way it's supposed to be broken down, by the amount of people. If you lived in a place that had 500 people and there was 30 crimes, well, you have a pretty high crime rate because 30 of your fellow 500 committed crimes. It's always got to be based on the per capita, per amount of citizens. The national average interest in investment in law enforcement was $40 million. New York sees 25 crimes for every 1,000 spent of policing. And the other states that were pretty bad, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Washington, Louisiana, Tennessee, Utah, and Colorado. What about that? What about that? What's up with that? You would have thought something else. Not fact. And this is how shit is twisted. I can pull up the NYPD statistics. NYPD police crime statistics. Now, you would think under Giuliani, which it started to come down from the 80s, 90s, you would think, and I have PDFs, I have all kinds of shit to associate with this. Let's go to the historical. Let's go to felonies. Arrest data. Where are the felonies? The top felonies. It's here. I'm just not seeing it. Level arrest. Summons. Shooting data. Complaint. Arrest data. Updated annually. I know I have the fucking numbers. That's not the numbers I'm looking for. Where is it? Historical New York City. This is it. I got the PDF. Let's blow this up. And here's a lot of, again, misinformation out there. A lot. New York City crime. When was Giuliani a mayor? 2000, 2001, right in here. Look how high crime was. And it started to come down, but look how high it is. 184,000. Total 7 major felony offenses. It was fucking high. Look what happened under de Blasio. Wait a minute, though. And the numbers continually to fall. Look at this. Let's look at this, folks. Let's look at the numbers. They went down, bumped up here, continually trending down. Under de Blasio, fucking crime went down. And now they're up to let's go to 2023, 126,000. Okay. The way the media makes it sound is like fucking crime is the worst ever in New York. But under Giuliani, it was way higher than it is now. Let's look at the facts. Let's look at the facts. That is insane. You would think, based on what the media says, 184,000, 162,000, 154,000, we're not even at these levels. We're in 2006, 2007 territory now. But under Giuliani, who's supposed to be the mayor, the crime mayor, crime was out of control too. 2021, 2020, 2021, and I wonder what most of these felonies are. And I'm sure there's a breakdown of that. So this is why the media, all that, I don't trust any of them. Because they don't look at the statistics. They tell you what they want you to hear. This is New York City. Let's look at the non-7 major felony offenses historically. So I'm just showing you this because it is so ridiculous when you look at statistics and break them down. So 80,000 under Giuliani in the 70s. And where is it? Going down, 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 down. Look at this. They're a little higher. They went down as low as, looks like this is under de Blasio. Now, this is the pandemic year. Nobody was really out on the streets, so I take 2020 out of the equation. But there were still people out there exploiting robberies, trying to take advantage of what was going on. Look how those numbers are low. 2022, 61,000 compared to, wait, let's go back. Giuliani years? 70s, 60s? 80s actually. 80, 75, 70, 61, 66, 67. Wait a minute, but he was the crime mayor. No, he wasn't. Not statistically. So this is, again, statistics broken down. And you could see the offenses. We should go back to the other one. So you have a lot of different ways to look at things when you look at statistics. Numbers, data, matter, not opinion, not word of mouth, not social media, not media itself. They scare people. Fear is weaponized. That's why it cringes me, because when I grew up in New York City, when I was a little kid, crime was fucking insane. Graffiti all over the trains. I think of Fort Apache, the Bronx with Paul Newman. That was true. The whole fucking South Bronx was burnt buildings. Not anymore. It's one of the highest valued properties now. So if you don't live there, how do you know what's going on? How do you know? Because what you see on the news and what they tell you and the fear porn? Because that's what you want to do? And you go rah, 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 agreeing with every freaking thing they say when it's bullshit and it's misinformation. That's the problem that's going on in this country. A lot of misinformation out there. A lot of conspiracy theories. We need reality. We need facts. We need data. We need statistics. We need numbers. And enough is enough. It's so frustrating. Very frustrating. I don't want to go to an old article. Let's go to the past month. July 25th. And this is from an Arizona news publication. This was July 25th. Violent crime rates in American cities largely fall back to pre-pandemic levels. But remember what the other side says. You would think crime is rampant throughout the whole country. It's actually going down. And you can see it. You can look up the numbers. Look up the fucking numbers. What do I see? I see a decrease. Do you? Or do I see an increase so bad that crime is rampant throughout the whole fucking United States? I see a decrease, not an increase. But they make you think that crime is insane throughout the country. False. It is dropping. Now, what year is this? That's 2023. So generally went down. There was a bump in December. And remember, it's per capita. Changes in homicide. So in certain cities, you could see where it went up. In Texas, Kentucky, Tennessee, Buffalo, Nebraska. It's all over the country. The same countries, that say they have no crime, New York is down 20%. Minus 20% more. No, it's minus 20. A minus 20% change in homicides in New York in 2024. But wait a minute, I thought crime was insane in New York City. But wait a minute, let's stop. Looks a lot of those places, it looks like crime is down, huh? In the big cities. And who's investing more money in policing? New York was number one. You would never, ever have fucking thought that based on what they say in the media. New York is investing the most in their policing. They're getting the most bang for their buck. As South Carolina is third worst. New York is number one for best. So, and some places didn't report, like North Carolina, Cary, North Carolina, did not report any homicides in the first half of these years, and it's not included in this figure. Look at Philadelphia. Philadelphia down. Baltimore's down. Chicago is down. All these cities. Look at this. And it's up in some other areas that I would not have even guessed. Syracuse is up 18%. Charlotte, Arlington, Texas, Kentucky, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Atlanta, big city, St. Louis. Look at. And it breaks it down. I'm bookmarking this one. Definitely. And you know, the corona, that whole 2020, however you want to think about what happened that year, is a anomaly because there was nobody on the streets. Everybody was told to be indoors. U.S. crime trends for fewer than 40 cities. A sample list is a. So you would have to go here and look at the statistics. Look at the statistics for this year. Wait, from June of last year, what a drop. And then it bumped up here in the beginning of it, and it's trending down in June. But wait a minute. In March, this is the year of the pandemic. And wait a minute. We're fucking lower in our crime statistic rates than when Trump was in office right here. Right here. And it was low here. The low under his watch, it was lowest. But when it peaked, it's higher than now. It's actually higher in 2018 than it is now, currently. So there's a lot of way to break these numbers down depending on who's looking at them, and they'll use it to their, advantage. Because that's how numbers work. They take shit out of context and they pick and choose what they want to tell the people. Because actually, in a statistical chart, it may be true, but what's the other side? There's more. They're not telling you what the other more is. They're only giving you a part, a sliver. Oh shit, I just fucked that up. But let's go back to this one more time. This is South Carolina, Fraternal Order of Police. This is the police in South Carolina telling you. They're telling you. They want more money. Look at this. One notable example from the study is New York, which sees only 25 crimes for every 1,000 spent on police services, the best return on investment in the nation. This statistic demonstrates that strategic and adequate funding for law enforcement can significantly deter crime and enhance public safety. So what the fuck? New York is doing something right. New York is doing something right. The fraternal police of South Carolina are telling you this. But a lot of people will say, oh, this is phony. This is their excuse. This is what they'll do. This is phony. This is the deep state, because that's all they can do. That's their They are so desperate to pull at straws, that's what they'll do to discount this. Do you understand that? Because they're desperate. They have nothing to say to counter this. So they go down to that level, desperation, to say it's the deep state, it's false information, blah, 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 because that's all they can say. Do you understand that? From a person of rational thinking mind, logic, just thinking of things in a logical point of view, and don't be blinded by the politics of either side. As I am a moderate independent, and I don't do that. So it's obvious. South Carolina ranks third in the nation for the highest crime rate relative to government spending. So who's not spending the money on their policing? South Carolina's worst, third worst. I think Arkansas, what was the other ones? Arkansas and another one was first and second. I don't remember the states now. But they're telling you. This is August 2nd. This is a few days ago. This is 3 days ago. The fraternal police are telling you this in South Carolina, how fucking bad it is there and what you need to do to make it better. And they're actually telling you, learn from what New York is doing. Of all things, they're telling you, learn from what New York is doing. But I thought New York was the worst thing. That's what I thought, right? It's funny, where is the information has disappeared on me. Where's the other states? And they're telling you what they should do. Increase funding for law enforcement, invest in community policing, enhance training and professional development, promote legislative support. Good luck with that in South Carolina. Encourage public-private partnerships. They're telling them what they need to do. They're telling them, you need to address these areas. They're not spending the fucking money. And these are the same people who criticize about defunding the police, all that stuff. They're not even doing it in their own freaking state. The hypocrisy. They're not even doing it. So you know what that means? What they say, I don't take a grain of salt, not one word, because they're full of shit. And here's an article relating to what you just seen on the other screen. South Carolina has among worst crime rate in U.S. And that's what the other one was referring to. Who are the other culprits? Nebraska was the worst state. Arkansas was the other state. And what color are these states? Red? The same red people that come from these states yell, scream at the top of their voices about defunding the police. And we're destroying our policing system, law enforcement, but they're not even fucking investing themselves. They're the worst. The other states, Oklahoma. South Carolina was third. Oklahoma, New Mexico, Washington, Louisiana, Tennessee, Utah, and Colorado. Oh, there's a lot of red there. There's a lot of red. The same people who criticize the federal government about criming, and there's statistics with the Fed that shows it's down across all the states. So we don't even want to go there, because that's another false claim for 2024 and beyond. It's down. It's trending down. Don't believe what they're telling you. But there it is right there. And oddly enough, I'll say it again, New York sees 25 crimes for every 1,000 of police spending. New York is number one as best. The best return on investment was New York. Who the freak would have thought that? Not based on what you see in the media. So now let's look at what you just said, Nicholas, because it's all in the budget, in the budget that has to be passed by Congress every year. How much, let's just look, has Biden spent on police? You will not believe this number, how much he's increased it, more than Trump ever had. Here, the 2020 budget increases funding for police. This is why they say one thing and they lie. Look at this. The proposal directs $17.4 billion, an increase of $1.7 billion above 2021. And if you break it down, because I've actually found it, there's graphs to show how much each president spent during their years in office. He spent more on policing than any other fucking president. But it would take me time to find that. He hasn't defunded the police. He's actually the police chief czar. It's sick. I wish I could find it, the comparisons. It is the FYs. It's the financial year 2022. It's the budget. You got to look at this. I did break this down, but the public doesn't see this stuff. They just watch the news and listen to their anchors and tell them what they want to fucking say. Okay, maybe we could do it like this. How much is Biden compared to Trump spent on police? And it is the metrics. Look at this. In 2024, Biden encouraged, look at this. In the 2021, this is just one example. He raised it by so much. And yes, immigration is a fucking problem. We all know that. But I'm trying to find the numbers. Now why did this open this up? Okay, that's talking about look at how much people sign up for healthcare currently and definitely under Obama. It dipped. It was in the red line under Trump. Because, they're anti-Obamacare. The health insurance has been better under Biden. Inflation. Now, what caused inflation? People don't understand this. What is the cause of inflation? Why did it spike up so high? What happened during the pandemic? It was a shutdown from the supply chain. All the economies across the world are recovering from the pandemic. The United States' economy is the number one economy in the world as far as rebounding after the pandemic. Number one. We can't be higher than that. We're number one. You would think we're fucking gloom and doom and death. Well, go look at other countries in comparison. See how bad their economies are. Just check that out as a comparison. And the corporations took advantage. These big fucking corporations took advantage of the consumer by keeping their prices inflated when COVID happened, and they never lowered them down and never gave the consumer the break. They kept the fucking money in their pockets and said, fuck it, we're going to keep the prices frozen and we're not going to lower them now. It is the corporations that are responsible for this too. And even though salary increases are outpacing, but still inflation is high. But who's responsible for that? You got to break it down. The wages, the cost of living is going down. But not enough, because people are hurting. And yes, green is up. Green is up. And I'm benefiting myself from green. Thank God. People, well, a lot of this too. Here's Trump. It's been steadily, give it credit. But look where it is now. But people don't know about this. And people think that inequality is bigger than ever. That's why this could reflect with independents voting. Now, the market's suffering today for a number of reasons. The job report, what's going on in the potential war outbreak in Iran. But these are the fucking numbers. Look at where the numbers are on Trump. They're so fucking high. Look under Obama. And look at Biden's drop. So why isn't the press talking about this? They don't. But just to give you a little of the misinformation that's out there, is a lot. And forget about the debt. Let's not even go there. Who was the most person that added debt to the fucking government was Trump. Under 4 years. So, look at the number change. Up 4.2, but look at the debt under him. It was 20 when he started. He put it up to 28. He raised the debt by $8 trillion. $8 trillion. And where did that money go? To the big fucking corporations where this trickle-down theory was it was going to come back to the consumer. Well, that didn't fucking happen. They kept the money. All his buddies that support him, those billionaires that are giving him all this fucking money, of course they want to keep it going. Because they're going to put money in their pockets. Do you know that there's one person, a billionaire, that's giving money both to Trump and to RFK Jr.? Can you believe that? He's giving money to RFK Jr. You know why? Because he wants more Democrats to vote for RFK Jr., like what happened in 2016 when Hillary lost, because in some states that were so close, that independent took votes away from Hillary and would have flipped the election. So he's doing the same thing. The same theory is happening. They're supporting RFK Jr. so he could take votes away from people that would vote for now Harris so that Trump wins. Do you see what they fucking do? And I look at this objectively, but I see the shit that goes on, and it makes me want to not vote for them. That's what it does. So Biden has added now 6 trillion. So he's up there. He's getting up there. A 4.2% change, but Trump was 5.51. But that's not what I'm looking for here. NPR. Oh, this is going to be totally a different look on things. We need numbers. We don't want to see opinions. We want numbers. Not the economy, but looking at crime. That's not crime. That's campaign bullshit. Where is it, the crime? Why does this one open up to some campaign garbage? See, they're not showing you the statistics. The statistics is what matters. Unprecedented. How dare you say unprecedented? There's no graph. I need a fucking graph. Oh my God. It's not gonna happen. Let's see. Budget spending might work. Budget spending crime. I spell spending way fucking crazy. Budget fiscal years spending. Come on, spell right. I can't hit it. I can't see that monitor so far. No, see? See? Has crime skyrocketed on the Joe Biden PolitiFact? No. Crime rates and change. No. Fuck. No. Not the economy. I wanted to hit the crime. Fuck, man. That's not. That's just a White House bullshit release. Of course, they're gonna promote themselves. No. Ugh, that's bullshit. Damn it, man. I can't find it. There is a site that has it. Sometimes you can see a link that says it. I know how to do it. Fiscal budget. Let's go 2024 crime. Maybe this will do it. Okay. This is what goes to law enforcement. But that's federal. That's just for them. Oh, we have more. Cops hiring. Total resources. Okay, so what is this called? I can't. Can I copy this? You will be shocked when you see the actual numbers. You would say, no way. But see, people don't see this. U.S. Department of Justice. Oh, shit. What's it called now? If I do that, I'm not going to lose it. FY budget. FY budget. Historically. What's going on? I'm really busy streaming. What's up? Anything important?
You're busy gaming?
No, I'm doing a stream, but I'm going to end now because I want to go in my pool for a little while it's hot. What? Let me mute. So keep it short and sweet, simple.
Okay.
All right, dude. Have a great one. Call me. Love you.
Same, brother. Love you. Give Ma a hug for me.
All right. Talk to you later.
Alrighty, bye.
Bye. All right. So annual, but see, oh, this might do it. Okay. This I'm gonna have to star. Budget and performance summary. These are the actual budgets. And this is coming from the Department of Justice. So let's look at 2016 to 18. Oh my God, this could take a fucking year. That's 2016. Where's 2018? Download the entire report, section 2. This is not, there it is down here. Overview. But is it gonna break down the numbers for the budget? This is winding. That's not gonna give us the numbers. It's just breaking it down. Fuck. But we're getting closer. Annual financial reports. Wait a minute, go back. Let's go to 2019. Download the entire report. Discussion notes. Financial section. Let's see the number, if there is a number here. Fuck. It's going to be hard to get the numbers. You'd have to look extensively. Fuck. Maybe there's an easier way. I do want to save this. I did. I'm surprised there's no articles on it. I used to have it too. I can't believe I can't fucking find this. Okay. Who spent more on crime? Trump or Biden? Fuck, it's the same shit. It keeps coming up with fucking economy. My God. I can't find it. It's like so fucking bizarre. It's like I used to see it all the time. Now it's like gone. Budget spending on crime. That's terrible. I'm not clicking CNN. That's the BBC, but I don't know what they're talking about. That's economy. I was looking at fucking crime. Data is a bitch though, and a lot of what somebody says can be fact checked to be proven false or misleading a lot of the time. I can't believe I cannot find these fucking numbers. Let's just do it individually. Trump budget for police. Look at all these back and forth fucking liberal, conservative back and forth bullshit from going on this screen. It's insane. From both angles. From both angles. It's sick. Trump presidency fiscal budget. Oh my god, same fucking articles. Wow. Illegal immigration increased, apprehensions rose. Coal production declined under Trump, and coal mining's dropped by 25%. The murder rate actually rose to its high. Wow. Under Trump, the murder rate rose to its highest level since '97. He actually, under his watch, the economy lost 2,720,000, but that's a lot of COVID related. Economy dipped. I don't see how these numbers. The murder rate went up. Home prices went up. Apprehensions at the border went up. Food stamps went down. Coal mining jobs went down. Manufacturing jobs went down. I would hold these numbers against them. People that think that he's going to bring the economy back, well, you might have another thing coming here. What about crime? There's nothing to do with crime. Even before the COVID pandemic started, the U.S. economy began slowing down. The economy only grew 2.5 in 2019 before the pandemic. This was what happened right after Bush fucked things up. And then Obama brought it back, the economy back up. People don't recognize that, but that's what happened. Crime. But it's not telling me how much he spent. Oh my God. This is crazy. I can't get the fucking numbers. Maybe this one. Maybe this one will start with the budgets. 2019 budget plan. Okay. Oh my God. Imagine trying to go through all this shit for spending. Good luck with that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that didn't go through. More than 200 billion in cuts to SNAP food stamps. Oh, who do you think gets the most food stamps in the country? Ha! You'd be surprised how many people in red states get food stamps. You would be surprised. But I know that for a fact, I know it because I did the research, that Biden has spent a lot more money in law enforcement than Trump did. That's a fact. So much for defunding the police. Which president has spent the most on policing? Percentage of government spending changed. That's 2018. We don't want that. It's an old article. That's old. Damn, this is so bad. I mean, to get information, real information is poor. And I'm not looking at anything from the White House because that's coming from that administration. Jesus Christ. That's on San Francisco. This is insane. I'm not even going to spend the whole fucking day looking at this. Okay, let me see. This might be an easy one to look. Who receives, matter of fact, fuck that. Yeah. What states receive most SNAP benefits? New York is going to be big because of its population. $42 million Americans get it around the nation. 12.6. Wow. The state with the highest participation was New Mexico. After New Mexico, Louisiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma, and Oregon. Those are red states receiving the most SNAP. Oh. Ain't that a bitch? The Midwest and Mountain West tend to have lower rates, Utah being the lowest. I would like to see that whole list. Oh. Wow. New York's not even in the top 10. And this is as of November 2022. New Mexico, Louisiana, West Virginia, Oklahoma, Oregon, Illinois, Alabama. Okay, Massachusetts, Nevada, North Carolina. Holy shit. Holy shit. So those cuts are hurting his own constituents in those states. They can't be too happy, but they'll still vote for him. Wow. That's crazy. I thought New York would be definitely on the top. But they're not. I find that kind of shocking. Yeah, look at this. The benefits come during a period of high inflation and soaring food costs. Why is food going up? Why is food going up? Who is the one that distributes that food? Why are they charging so much? Why? That's the answer. That's the question, actually. What's the answer? These big fucking corporations are controlling the market, and they refuse to raise the prices down. And they could do it. They could do it. Instead of taking the billions and billion dollars in their pockets, they could give it back. I thought that's what trickle down was for. I guess not. It was not happening. While general inflation has come down from last summer's post-pandemic, this is a 2022 article, the consumer price index for food remains well above the general mark. And it still is to this day. That's what people are complaining about. Why? Why is food still way above? Because during the fucking pandemic, they raised their prices and they haven't brought them down since. That's why people are suffering. And they cannot blame the supply and demand or the cost of fucking gas, all that bullshit. They're doing it because they want to do it. They want to hurt the consumer. They actually want to hurt the consumer. It's so sad. They're the ones doing this and hurting so many people. 12, what was the number? 12 point something depend on food stamps in the country? 12.6%. 42 million Americans. And these states are the ones that are most dependent. And most of them are red. So I don't understand this. I don't understand this. I guess it's a political sacrifice you make. But that's just crazy shit that is all around us. And that's why I like to crunch numbers. I don't watch the media. Any of them. Now, today might be the exception. If things go bad in Israel, I'm going to be tuning in at points to see what the heck is going on. And I'll be checking YouTube and the apps and everything else. But it's amazing how crazy things are. And misinformation on that TV screen. A lot of it from both sides. Both sides. Because what they do is they take like a statistical report. Let's say 1 page of statistics. They'll have their people pick out the ones that work for their advantage, and then the ones that will criticize the other side, and the other side does the same thing. But they're not telling you the entire report. They're taking it out of context and giving you what they want you to hear to promote their agenda, but they're not telling you the whole picture, which is bad. That's why I like to be objective and look at numbers across the board to give a fair assessment of the overall picture, not just a sliver piece of the pie, because that's what you want to feed your audience or the people that are following this agenda. But basically, a lot of the time, it's not true. It's taken out of context. I wish I could have showed you some other numbers. Like, believe it or not, who was the deporter-in-chief? Obama. Obama was the deporter-in-chief. That was his nickname. He deported a lot of illegals out of the country, but you would never have thought that. But that's what, I'm sure I could pull it up. I think he deported more than any other president. But you would never know that. Based on the media. So, see, there's even debates back then. After Trump took office, there was actually a debate. What, the Obama record on deport charges, deporter-in-chief or not? He was famously labeled that, and critics of immigration rights community. They accused, at first, some people accused his administration of being soft on unauthorized immigration. So his administration was actually harsh. It was a significant departure from Bush and Clinton. The deportation of criminals and recent unauthorized border crossers. So that's what he was focusing on. 85% of all removals and returns during fiscal year 2016 as last year were non-citizens who had recently crossed the U.S. border unlawfully. He was 85% of them. He sent them back. And over 90% are criminals. Border apprehensions and removals increased in 2016 compared to the prior year. So they fucking... It was the different policy from the other past presidents. Total deportations. Wow, look how high it was in the 90s under Clinton. Removals. Not that much. Holy shit, under Obama, it exploded on the returns. Removals. And what about the returns? The apprehensions were down under Obama. They were way down. Removals were up. And the returns, I don't know necessarily what that return means. Total deportations. Holy shit. He did do a lot, but look how much it was under Bush. But look how many people came in though under Bush. Holy shit. Look how many people came in under Bush in the millions. Under Obama, it was less. And he deported more. So he was the deporter in fucking chief. Holy shit. He really did. No wonder he got the nickname deporter in chief. So you would think, and there wasn't that many entries compared to Bush or previous. And his numbers were yet higher, statistically, percentage-wise. You would have thought I guess people aren't aware of that one, huh? No wonder he got the nickname deporter in chief. He didn't fuck around. He sent them back. And that's why in some political circles, they compare what Trump did in his approach to immigration to what Obama did. Because that's the one thing they wanted to try to tie the two together when they created those camps with all the people inside of them, that Obama did the same thing. Remember that talk? That's because Obama was the deporter in chief. That was the one, I guess, good thing that they could make a reference to back then, trying to tie the Obama policy with immigration to what they were trying to do. See how it works? But you would never know that. You would never know that. Because that's one thing they would never tell you. That Obama deported, percentage-wise, more illegals than any other president. Percentage-wise, the amount that came in to the amount that went out. Percentage-wise, he was high. He sent them, a lot of them back. He wasn't having it. But you would never know that based on what you see on TV and the media. This is what gets me so frustrated with the media on both sides. Because they give out I won't say lies, at times they do. Both sides. I think one side much more than the other. But they do a lot of misleading information. It's mixed with some truth, but also with exaggerations or not fact. And they confuse you with that. It's misleading. It has some basis of fact, but there's some that's not. And they put it together, and it makes it more difficult to separate truth from lies or exaggerations. They're smart like that. And you have to be smart to figure out what the heck their angle is and what they're talking about. And I always encourage people to do their own research. But don't read opinion pieces. Don't read news articles. Go to find statistics, data, numbers, historical. Then you can make an honest assessment. An honest assessment. And try not to think. See, it's so bad because people think so much on party line. They're dug into their party line that even if they saw something, they're going to discount it or say that's a lie or that's deep state or whatever their reasoning is. Anything to keep that conviction going on with whatever their belief system is. They'll ignore it. They keep a blind eye to it. They don't want to see the truth. They don't. Because then it goes to their core values that everything I thought was true is a lie. And they don't want to go there. Or even open up the crack of that door to allow that to even happen. Because then what else? It opens up that doorway. What else did they not tell me the truth? They start digging more and more. And then people start realizing, I can't believe the nonsense on both sides. That's why the independent party is growing. Because people are tired of the two-party system. A lot of people are tired of the two-party system. You believe independents represent over 30% of the voting in this country. It might be close to 30. So when people say Trump's going to win, Biden, Harris is going to win, where is it coming from? It's coming from the people that support those parties. Of course they are. Of course the Republicans want Trump and the Democrats want Harris. But what are the independents thinking? And I'm going to tell you, this has a scary feeling for some, similar to the Obama wave. What Harris is doing. I am telling you, you may say, bullshit, it's a honeymoon. Be very careful with this one. She has that, it's a weird thing. It's like an Obama vibe thing going on with her. Now, there's still some time, 90 days or so before the election. But I would be very concerned from the Republican side with her winning this election. And somebody said, no, she's not going to win. Not going to win from a Republican point of view. Of course she's not. But go ask an independent what they think. Who do you think they want? They want Trump version 2? Or do they want to see what a new face, a younger face, even though it's Harris, they're going to look at it the same way that's been done for the last few years. The lesser of the two. And Harris appeals to the young people, the majority of them, the women. And based on what his performance was in front of the black press thing last week, that had to have an impact. Questioning her racial ethnicity. That didn't go over well. So Biden was losing the black support and Trump was gaining. Well, that shit the scale just went like this. Based on what Trump opened up his mouth and said. Just from that. What else will he do? What else will he say? What will he do in a debate with her? She is not stupid like he says she is. She's very smart and she's articulate and she has a wide range of use with her vocabulary, unlike he does. He doesn't have a vast use of the vocabulary of the dictionary. He doesn't. He's simple. And he doesn't read much. That's what we all hear. She's going in there prepared. This is not Biden. She's going to have her prosecutor hat on. She knows how. Let me tell you something right now. When she was in the Senate and she was at these hearings, she was tough. A tough questioner. And she is going to spark him because you can push Trump's buttons very easily. He gets unhinged very easily. Just say, it's not like the people who kiss his ass and say they love him and that side, but what about the other way? When it's not somebody that loves you and is coming at you with criticism, he gets hostile immediately. Immediately. And she's going to exploit that, and he's not on a teleprompter. He doesn't have that teleprompter to help him. Neither does she. But she's going to eat him alive, is my prediction. She's going to eat him alive. Unless Trump sticks to policy. If Trump sticks to his guns and policy, then he has a chance. But if he goes off the rails and starts talking about her ethnicity or anything else, he's going to lose a lot of the independent vote. They're going to say, we don't want this nonsense anymore. I'm telling you. Watch. Now, don't get me wrong. I've been wrong at times. But more often than not, I'm not wrong. More often than not, my predictions aren't wrong. And there is that out there. And I don't trust polls because people could say in a phone call, I could say, yeah, I'm voting for Harris. Meanwhile, I'm voting for Trump. I don't trust polls. People lie. they say one thing to a poll, but is that really, really what they're thinking in their minds when they get to that booth and vote? Maybe. Most of them might. Some of them are just saying it to say it. So it's going to really be close again. So don't think this is going to be a landslide, or because it's not. This is going to be a close one. Unless some disaster happens. Yes, Mom.
You know that Avis father sent me a $50.
I know. I don't know what you did with it.
I have it, but I don't want it.
So don't cash it. He might get insulted that you don't, but that's up to you. That's for your decision. I cannot tell you what to do.
He sent me a little note, and I can find it now. That's it.
I don't know. You had it waving around the other day. I don't know what you did with it.
Buy a lot of chocolate.
Yeah, I don't know where it is. I don't know what you did with that. You had it in your hand the other day reading it to AB, and I don't know what happened from there. So this is going to be... Now, a lot of things can happen before then. A war could break out in the Middle East. A lot of other things could happen. So, as of right now, this minute, and I'm going to tell you right now, I've seen J.D. Vance's performances at some of these rallies where he goes, he gets stuck. He's like in a cloud. He looks more out of his mind, lost in space than Biden did. It's scary. It's, I love you guys. Like, is this serious? He was stuck. He was like waiting for a response from the crowd, and it didn't come. And he was like stuck in like a deer in headlights, like stuck in stupid. He's not a seasoned politician, but neither was Barack Obama. I think they regret picking him as their vice. I would. There's so many other candidates that could have been picked. Matter of fact, I would have took, for one example, Huckabee. Why not? Why not Sarah Huckabee? She's a strong speaker. She has a presence. She had a presence at the convention. Even she would have been better than J.D. Vance. I think that's going to be a pick they may regret. We'll see. Time will tell. I think that was a bad choice for VP. And going up against some of these potential VP picks from Harris and debating them, I think he's toast. On that level too. And I'm being objective. I'm an independent, moderate, in the middle, looking at this from both sides. Based on past performances and who the individuals are, I think he's toast. Especially if they go outside the box and start making personal attacks. Stay with the policies. I hope advisors are telling them, stick with the economy, with the border, with crime, even though that's not true. But they have to put out their speaking points. Stick with the issue. Stick with what your policies are and what their policies are. Stick to that. Do not go outside that box. Because it's not about the Democrats and it's not about the Republicans. It's about those independents out there that are watching and still unsure who they're going to choose in this next election. And you need to appeal to them. Especially in the swing states, the battlegrounds. Because that's where it's going to be determined again. So be careful. My advice to the Republican Party is be very careful here. Because you may be in a slight lead now. You can lose that in a week based on performance and what they say publicly. Because independents are looking at this and they're tired of the same bullshit. and personal attacks. Saying somebody's name wrong is so disrespectful in itself. Do they not know that? It's great for your base. Maybe it'll drive your base to come out in bigger numbers. But other people are looking at that as like, dude, you know her fucking name is Kamala. Why don't you just at least say it right? But he does it on purpose. And what overtone is that when he does that? What is that insinuation? People are paying attention. And again, like I said, this is not about Democrats. This is not about the Republican base. Either base. It's about those independents. You need those independents to win. Bottom line. And the bullshit that comes out of your mouth is not helping. It's not sticking to the wall. It's falling right off. Again, for your base, it might be great. They're loving it. They're eating it out of your hand. They love it. It's raw meat. They're fucking going nuts. Obviously, the Democrats are like, what an asshole. But who cares what either side thinks? It's what those independents are thinking right now. And in 2022, when the supposed red wave was going to happen, what happened? It didn't happen. Why? Because the youth came out to vote. That changed everything, which 67% voted for Democrats across the country. It's 67. I looked up all these stats. I'm a stat. I attack stats. I love stats. I don't, like I said, I hate the media. I hate getting information, listening to somebody say, hey, Bill, did you hear that the woman that quit the boxing match, the other person was a male? That was all over. It went all over like social. Actually, no. Born female. False. But that's the kind of shit that goes on. I have to dig and find out the information for myself and look at numbers and stats and data. Not word of mouth, not opinion. None of that nonsense matters to me. I look at numbers. I do as much research, and I guarantee a lot of independents are doing the same thing, digging in, looking at numbers. What is she about? Looking at her past, everything. They're looking, they're digging. They already kind of get an idea what Trump's about. Now they're looking into what Harris is about and what potentially she might do moving forward as a president. That's what they're looking at. They're undecided. They really are. Now, some lean right, some lean left. But the point is, they're moderate. Like the never Trumpers are moderates. That's where they sit, in the middle. Liz Cheney is a moderate. And she's hated as being some kind of traitor to the party. But she's a moderate. She's not the MAGA right. See, there's things that people need to be paying attention to when all this is going on. I see. It's weird because in the past, I think historically Democrats crossed the line to vote for a Republican more than Republicans would ever cross that line to vote for a Democrat. I would have to look up those numbers. That's an interesting little thing that hit my head. But in this situation, and I've already seen evidence of it. There are Republicans now coming out to say they're going to support Harris. That's a scary warning sign to the Republican Party. Because it's those people he makes fun of, the rhinos and the never Trumpers, that he criticizes them. Be careful. Be careful who you're alienating here. It is the political spectrum. It is, Nicholas. It is. And if I was a campaign manager or an advisor, I would be drilling this in their head. Stop it. This is not about riling up your base anymore. We have 90 days till the election. Do you want to win or not? Because right now, it's too close to call, honestly. But nobody likes to talk to him in his face anyway and tell him, because he'll disagree, get mad at you, and you're pushed to the side. That's the way he is. But anyway, so this is things that I would address. Oh my God, the birth certificate thing coming back up again. You really want to go there? You really want to start that now? You already are known by most of the country as being the Obama birth certificate guy. Now you're going to do it with Kamala? Not so smart. That's going to turn a lot of people off because they don't just look at it as questioning what was said on her birth certificate. You're questioning her background, her birth parents, all of that. I mean, what are you trying to say? She's not black? You're pushing up the birth certificate to say that she's not black? What the fuck does that prove? What are you doing? There was some places, I won't even say that she was, it's so disgusting that she was a prostitute when she was young. That's how disgusting things are getting. Do you think independents want to see that? They don't want the country to be in that guttural level. They want to see the country going forward and coming together, not staying like this. That's why they're independents. They're in the middle. They're looking for compromise, not division. So it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And I hope somebody's telling them this is the wrong way to go about this. Because it's going to fail. And you're going to lose. If you continue this, you're going to lose. And I think some people in the Republican Party are just saying he's not going to lose. If he loses, it's rigged again. They're going to go through all that, No. Republicans out there that don't believe that, he really can lose. And he needs to focus. If he wants to win this, he needs to focus on, again, policies, the Republican agenda, what the Biden administration failures were. Focus, target that, stay on it. Don't go off the path. Stay on the path. But when you go off on these crazy side rail things, it's not looking good because you're going to lose. I'm telling you, you're going to lose. And I'm going in my pool now before I have to give the station away. But this is going to be a very, very interesting next 90 days or so. This is going to be, and with everything else that's going on, like, oh my God, look, when those people came back from Russia, I'm glad they're home. God bless them, their families, but no. He couldn't stop there. He had to make it about himself and say, well, if it was me, there would have been no giving up this or that. Well, first of all, Germany wouldn't have talked to you. They wouldn't have done the deal. You couldn't have just done this with Russia alone, because Russia wanted a very important asset, and that was that assassin in Germany. So you couldn't have done the deal with Russia alone, with your friend Putin. You couldn't have done it. You realize that, right? You needed other players involved here. Because they didn't want the fucking American people we gave up. They always want everybody, but that's not who he wanted. That was his boy. That assassin in Germany was his boy. He wanted him. And Germany had him. And Germany didn't want to give him up. Do you think the German chancellor was going to negotiate with Trump? He would have said, fuck you. After how you treated us in the past? No, we're not doing this deal. We're keeping him. He wouldn't have got it done. I'm telling you, he wouldn't have got it done because he burnt all those bridges with our NATO allies. And how he talked to Merkel and treated her. Germans look at that as total disrespectful. Sorry, Trump. That's the fact. It doesn't look good. It might look good here in this country. Uh-oh, here we go. There's an alert. That's Israel. That's their defensive system. It's going off. What time is it? Rocket fire. Where's this happening? Right on the border. Now, this could be isolated. Confrontation line. Rocket fire. Right on the border. This just happened. It just happened there. Right along the border. So this, I'm telling you, if you want to download the latest updates that Israel provides to its citizens, alerts, this is their alert system. It's called Red Alert, one word, and then put the word Israel in it, and you can find this app. It will notify you just like it did me just now. And you have to select all the cities when you do this. If you install it, install all, show all, because then it's going to cover the entire country, Israel. And you'll get all the alerts coming in from any area that has that alert going off for their citizens. So right now, that seems like that was an isolated incident coming over from Lebanon. If this thing starts to go off like that consistently for like minutes at a time, that means they're having multiple alerts. That means something might be coming. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. It's currently, what time is it now in Israel? 8:40. So it's getting dark now. I have a bad feeling that shit's going to hit the fan tonight. Based on what Blinken told the G7 leaders yesterday, that he thinks that it could happen within the next 24 hours. That's based on intelligence. He's not going to tell the G7 leaders. How that leaked out is another thing. But he told the G7 leaders yesterday that he believed that Iran was going to attack Israel within 24 hours. Well, that 24 hours is now here. As nightfall approaches in Israel. So I would say, from my own guesstimation, anywhere from 3 o'clock Eastern to 10 o'clock Eastern, nighttime in Israel. Keep an eye out. From 3 to 10 Eastern, because then it would be 5 a.m. at 10 a.m. in Israel when it starts to get light. But I would pay attention in the next few hours. Again, from 3, even now, but really from 3 to 10 Eastern, keep an eye on Israel tonight. And I hope it doesn't happen. I hope I'm wrong. But based on all the other underlying circumstances of what's the chatter is going on around, stock market reacting, because the oil, this is going to get so bad. There's another one. There's another one. Where is this? Almost the same area. So the Lebanese are hitting that area right now in northwest near the Mediterranean. Another one is going off. Same general area right next to each other. There's something going on in northwestern Israel right now, near the Mediterranean coastline, right near the Lebanese border. Something's going on right now. So that's 3 in the last 10 minutes, right in the same. So that's more central. I may not go in the pool. Shit might be starting to ramp up now. And that was an airplane. I gotta put my glasses on. That was not a rocket attack. That was an incursion by aircraft. Hostile aircraft intrusion. 1 minute ago. And to Zuriel Herfeisch, I can't pronounce this right. That was an aircraft, like a drone penetration. Right there. Just now, 1 minute ago. That's 3 times this went off in the last 10 minutes. Not even. 6 minutes. What does the icon look like? Let me look. This is what it looks like. It's red. It's red alert. Israel alerts. It's red. It has like a tower with the sound symbol on top of it. So it's red. It's red and it looks like that. Another one. Holy shit, it might be happening. Enter protected space. What the fuck is this? Another hostile airline. A school. A fucking school. Another hostile aircraft. We need to put on YouTube. I may jump in the pool really quick just to cool down or put the air conditioner on. Holy shit. Come on. And you know what's another thing too? I was one of the first persons that I recorded off the TV that called the Trump assassination attempt an assassination attempt. Do you know that I was one of the first to do that? Period. Streaming. Literally minutes after, I was already calling it for what it was. Oh shit. It's going crazy. Alright. This is getting serious now. I know, mine is going crazy too. Yours is going crazy.
What it's saying, it's not rocket attacks.
I know. I know. Hold on, I gotta stop it. Here's another one. Rocket. This one's rocket. Yeah, it's aircraft intrusion. It's going crazy, bro. I'm looking at the cameras now. This could be the beginning of it. This could be the beginning of it, Chris. I'm not saying it is. It could be.
Well, if it's an aircraft intrusion, then you know that's not good.
No, hell no. I'm gonna try to find my cameras now. This guy's live, Steve, Agenda Free TV. He must be hearing stuff too. He's probably getting the alerts on his stuff. I'm trying to find here we go, Cyprus. Oh shit, where is he? Another one. Another one, Chris. Go. Keep me in the loop. Keep an eye on everything.
All right, bye.
Bye. Another one. What is this one? Same area. Hostile aircraft. This is multiple areas, so there may be multiple aircraft, like drones, coming in. I gotta try to find a camera. I hate to say it though, you know, like But this is old. This is not right. Where is his live feed? Tell me his. Now you know that Israel could block cameras, and they can block GPS, Wi-Fi, all that. They probably will. If I had to guess. I really want to just jump in the pool quick, but I don't think I'm going to stay in the pool now. But see, that's Eastern Israel. That's not where the activity's happening. It's more, kind of is. I don't know exactly where this is looking. But see, 2 minutes ago, see how he's putting the alerts on the screen? See the alerts on the bottom of the screen? He's doing it. He's getting the alerts from this red alert thing, and he's posting it as they're happening on the screen. So that's pretty interesting. Oh my God. So Steve is covering it right now. Okay. Yeah, the hurricane. Look, the Carolinas are going to get catastrophic rain. 20 inches possible, even more in some areas. It's going to sit there for days. The Carolinas and Georgia is what I'm worried about most. Agreed, Nicholas. If it happens tonight, that's the question. Is it going to happen tonight? I think so. And a lot of this could be just trying to rattle them a little bit and deflecting. But let's see what Steve is saying. I like Steve. I do. Let's see what he's saying. So this is going to be courtesy of Agenda Free Steve. He's streaming, so he's getting these alerts. He's definitely paying attention. He's really good at what he does. I know some people don't like him, but I do. And he really tries his best. So I'm going to shut up now. Let's see what he's saying. Doesn't look like he's saying much at all right now. He's probably reading all the stuff. He's looking at all the Instagrams, X. He's looking at Facebook. He's looking at all the posts to see if he picks up anything. He does,
Windy.
Nicholas. He does.
Windy.
That's wind. All right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do a few things in the background, and I'm going to leave this on for a few.
Let me just finish reading this article I started reading you. I only got through a couple paragraphs of it. So Reuters reports that Jordan asks airlines to carry fuel amid Iran-Israel tension. Reuters says that Jordan has asked all airlines landing at its airports to carry 45 minutes of reserve fuel in what experts see as a precautionary measure in case of an attack by Iran against Israel. Some airlines are already avoiding Iranian and Lebanese airspace and canceling flights to Israel and Lebanon as concerns grow over possible conflict in the region after the killing of senior members of militant groups Hamas and Hezbollah last week. The NOTAM, a safety notice provided to pilots, was issued on Sunday by Jordanian authorities asking all planes to carry the reserve fuel for operational reasons. It is effective to 2200 GMT on Tuesday. In a bulletin, Ops Group, a membership-based organization that shares flight risk information, said the move was ahead of the anticipated closure of Jordanian airspace, a cautionary move in case of an attack on Israel by Iran. Jordanian airspace has not been closed yet. We'll see if we see any airspace closures anytime soon. Mark Z of Ops Group told Reuters the Jordanian NOTAM is relevant because in the April aerial attack on Israel, Jordan was the first country to close their airspace by NOTAM, well ahead of even Israel, Iran, or Iraq. So something to watch out for tonight is, do any countries close their airspace? The 45 minutes of extra fuel would be intended to provide enough additional fuel for an aircraft to leave Jordanian airspace and land elsewhere, he added. A spokesperson for Flight Radar 24, Ian Pechnik, says an attack by Iran on Israel would result in the closure of some of the most heavily trafficked air routes in the world. Pechnik with Flight Radar 24 says closure of this airspace will force aircraft into ever narrowing corridors in the north to the north and south. Any sustained closure of these routes would be a monumental reordering of international air traffic. Anyway, that's from Reuters. But something to look out again for tonight is, will we see any airspace closures? That is something definitely to keep an eye on. No, the Bangladesh political crisis is not connected to this crisis. We're not going to be talking about that at that point. It's a little bit off topic. But thank you for asking about it. Thanks to Dandy Chickens for your support, and Dada and Remco Borsado. Is there a chance this could escalate to Europe? I mean, yeah, there's a chance it could be a regional war. If Israel and Iran start fighting each other, other countries could get involved. So who knows? I hope it doesn't escalate to a regional war. But one country attacks another, then the other one does something else. And if that keeps escalating, you can have war there. And who knows what happens then? I mean, you know, Israel has already committed, U.S. has already committed to defending Israel from Iran and its proxies. And then who knows, you know, you could get in a situation where, you know, shipping in the area is threatened, and that could bring in other countries in to protect the shipping, for example. So who knows? Who knows? Let's hope it doesn't escalate. It is 8:56 p.m. Local time. I'm seeing a report about Jordan. I'd like to see the original report. GLZ Radio, well, I guess the original report is from Sky News Arabia, so I don't know if this is true, but Sky News Arabia is supposedly saying that Jordan won't let anyone use its airspace. I got to try to find the actual report myself. So Sky News Arabia is first of all saying Saudi Arabia told Iran it will not allow any foreign body to pass through its territory, and that is, it is defending itself, not Israel. All right. A source for Sky, this is not confirmed. A source for Sky News Arabia says that Jordan told Iran that Jordan will not allow Israel to use its airspace, which could be important for shooting down projectiles coming from Iran, for example. Did Jordan really tell Israel that? I have no idea. That has not been confirmed. Jordan helped shoot down drones in the April attack. I don't know what Jordan's participation level will be in this attack, assuming this attack happens. In the Wikipedia article, which they cite various sources for this, about the Iranian attack on Israel in April, they say American, British, French, and Jordanian air forces also shot down some incoming projectiles. Jordan said it had intercepted objects flying into its airspace to protect its citizens. Phil Stewart with Reuters says, according to Spiegel magazine, Germany is preparing to evacuate its citizens out of Lebanon. To evacuate? That's interesting. Let me see if I can get the actual article from Spiegel magazine. Can I find it? Let's see. I can't find that report. I'm trying to find the actual. Maybe it's Der Spiegel they're talking about. Probably pronouncing that wrong, by the way. Let's see here. Oh, so I can tell you there is an article in Spiegel, which is a German publication, which says that, let me make sure what I'm reading here. The German armed forces could rescue Germans from Lebanon. Spiegel is reporting that now. According to Spiegel information, the Air Force already has transport machines ready to evacuate German citizens from Lebanon, well over 2,000 people, for whatever that's worth. You can reach me on X @Lookner. Quick thank you to Vicky Healy for your support. Thank you, Vicky. I really appreciate that. Vicky, Dave, and Comet, thank you. Also, Ali C. and Walter Beasley. Thank you. So in about 15 minutes, President Biden will meet in the Situation Room with his, assuming it's on time, President Biden will meet in the Situation Room with his national security team. That meeting is supposed to start at 2:15 Eastern Time. It's 2:02 right now. It is 9:02 Israel time. Um, you can give me a shout at Lookner on X. I'm going to read you a little from this article here on AP. In Israel and Lebanon, life goes on even as the region teeters on the edge of all-out war. AP says the killings of two militant leaders in Beirut and Tehran attributed to Israel last week brought vows of revenge from Iran and Lebanon's Hezbollah. Everyone expects that an all-out war would be far more devastating than any previous conflict between Israel and Hezbollah, including the 2006 war. Authorities on both sides have yet to issue any orders to evacuate or prepare, even as several other countries have put out dire travel warnings and many airlines have suspended service. Israel's military, as of today, had not released any special guidelines or warnings for civilians, meaning beaches were full, summer camps were ongoing, and people were still headed to work as they have throughout most of the war in Gaza. No one seemed to be stocking up on supplies in Israel, and grocery shelves were full. For many, says AP, the worrisome anticipation was tempered by the obligation for now to carry on. Several countries, including the US, Britain, France, and Canada, have warned their citizens to exercise caution or leave the region. Many airlines have canceled flights to Lebanon and Israel, causing crowding as travelers try to rebook. Oh, by the way, Biden is supposed to talk to... Oh, the White House released a statement about Biden's conversation with the King of Jordan today. Let me tell you what that says. Readout of Biden's call with His Majesty King Abdullah II of Jordan. President Biden spoke today with His Majesty King Abdullah, if I'm pronouncing that right, of Jordan. The leaders discussed their efforts to de-escalate regional tensions, including through an immediate ceasefire and hostage release deal. The president thanked His Majesty for his friendship and affirmed unwavering U.S. support for Jordan as a partner and ally in promoting regional peace and security. The president offered his congratulations to King Abdullah and Crown Prince Hussein and Princess Rajwa on the birth of a baby girl, Iman, over the weekend. That's what the White House had to say about that call. Oh, also, a high-ranking Russian official went to Iran today. See that right there? From Associated Press. Iran state media say Secretary of Russia's Security Council, Sergei Shoigu, who I think used to be the defense minister until recently, he has arrived for talks. Iran state news agency said the Secretary of Russian Security Council, Sergei Shoigu, arrived in Tehran today for talks on bilateral and international issues. The report did not elaborate, but Russia's state TASS and RIA Novosti news agencies said Shoigu was scheduled to meet with the Iranian president, the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and the chief of Iranian military's general staff. Diplomatic efforts have increased after the assassination last week of Hamas political leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, Iran, and I would say most people around the world blame Israel for that, and Iran has vowed to retaliate. Also, the head of the U.S. Central Command, General Eric Kurilla, is in the Middle East region, according to Associated Press. That is the part of the U.S. Department of Defense which oversees which has the Middle East as an area of responsibility. AP says the official that told them that the head of U.S. Central Command is in the Middle East would not say specifically where General Kurilla was, but said he often visits the region to work and consult with regional partners. The U.S. and its allies have been preparing to defend Israel from an expected counterstrike from Iran and its allies and prevent a wider regional conflict after the killings last week of a senior Hezbollah commander in Lebanon and Hamas's top political leader in Iran. Iran and its allies have blamed Israel and threatened retaliation. AP says the escalating threats have raised fears of an all-out war in the Middle East. Another little news item for you here from Associated Press. Iran vows to respond with power and decisiveness to killing of Hamas's top political leader. Iran has vowed to respond with power and decisiveness to the targeted killing of Hamas's top political leader, that happened in Tehran, Iran, which it blamed on Israel. The killing of Ismail Haniyeh in a Tehran explosion last week has raised fears of a major retaliatory attack and the outbreak of a wider war pitting Israel and the U.S. against Iran and allied armed groups across the Middle East. The spokesperson for Iran's foreign ministry said today Iran has the intrinsic right to provide for its own security and punish the aggressor, and said Iran will definitely take serious deterrent action with power and decisiveness. Again, a spokesman for Iran's foreign ministry said today Iran will definitely take serious deterrent action with power and decisiveness. He said Iran would be acting in accordance with international law and the right of self-defense. He added, however, that Iran is not after intensifying tension in the region. Another little news item here from AP. Iranian Revolutionary Guard chief says Israel is digging its own grave. By the way, I would say big threats and tough talk from Iran is pretty common. The head of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard threatened Israel today after the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. General Hossein Salami, speaking to journalists at an event, warned that Israel was digging its own grave with its actions in its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and that it is suspected of carrying out Haniyeh's killing. When they receive a blow, they will notice they are making mistakes. They are making mistakes all the time, Salami said in his speech at the Day of the Journalist event. They will see the result of their mistake. Then they will see when, how, and where they will get their response. Salami, again, he's the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard, also touched on long-held suspicions about an Israeli assassination program targeting Iran's nuclear scientists amid concerns over the country's atomic program. Iran now enriches uranium closer than ever to weapons-grade levels, but maintains its program as peaceful. U.S. intelligence services don't believe Iran is actively pursuing the bomb, but a nuclear-armed Tehran remains a top fear for Israel. Revolutionary Guards head Salami said today, Israel is the cradle of terrorism, and it has been created out of killing and murder. They think they can kill the nuclear scientists of another country and impede that country's path toward peaceful nuclear technology. They think that by killing the leader of Hamas in another country, it will give them more time to live. He added, they are just digging their own grave. So those are some comments from Iran's Revolutionary Guard head. Big thanks to PowerMax84 for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thank you also, David C.
All right, so is anything happening since I was gone? Nothing significant? I'm going to make myself smaller here. I'm going to eat a salad. That's what I was doing and talking to Mom. I wonder if any more alarms went off. I don't think so. What's going on in chat? I would probably expect the text to start revving up soon. Is there any kind of holy holiday or anything or anything? I don't know. Steve, I don't think Iran once swore it wouldn't last. They would be on the wrong end of the stick. I don't think Iran would like to go to war. I don't think nobody wants to really go to war. I think he's just trying to make a statement. He definitely is trying to make a statement for the people, like they all are. When they condemned it, all of them had to do it because for their people, they had to. They had to condemn it in the harshest terms because they have to put that front up to their people. That's definite. President Biden was waking up. I don't think we have to worry about Biden for too much longer. I think we have to worry about Harris next because I don't think Trump is going to win. I really don't. I'm starting to get that vibe. The independents on... I don't think they're going to fall in line with Trump on this one. We'll see, but that's my gut telling me, based on the stupidity that comes out of his mouth sometimes. But that's for another day. That's this discussion for another time. Right now, it's about this. And I don't think no alerts went off while I was gone. I didn't hear anything from the distance. Oh, she's at the studio already. Holy shit. Yes, take it now. All right, now we got to take care of business. And I got to give her the station. See what file I have playing. Okay. Richard Dolan. What the hell is that? Apro. Deck. $9.16 over there. By the way, my lunch is a salad. That's what I eat.
So we'll keep an eye on both of those. You can actually see cars on the lower left there. You can see a car drive by once in a while. You can see some traffic. Again, that is Jerusalem. But we're going to keep the focus on the Israel-Lebanon border there. Thank you, Samuels, for your support. Oh, Clean937 Samuel for your support. Thank you. William thinks it's not going to happen today. I don't know. I have no idea. We might take a poll in a second. Oh. Faytux News says, who I follow, Trump is doing a live stream on Kick right now where he said, I'm hearing there's going to be an attack tonight on Israel. Where did he hear that from? Did he get some...
Hey Bill, how's it going? I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. Hold on. I got all kinds of stuff going on. I'm live streaming. But I got to mute this guy. I'm streaming Steve. Even Trump thinks there's going to be an attack tonight, he's hearing.
Oh, really?
Yep. That's what he just said now in his stream. All right, so you got everything set?
Yes.
I have Sev is set up. I don't know if I set her up on Rumble. You might want to double check that.
Yeah. So when is her show?
3 o'clock your time.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it live?
No, I sent you the audio recording.
That's right. Okay, so it's pre-recorded. Okay, gotcha.
And Don is a replay.
Right.
And I set everything up on Spreaker for her. What
Okay,
else?
perfect. So is she always going to be a pre-record
Yes,
then?
always.
Okay.
So you should have everything you need.
Yep, I think so. I haven't heard anything from Chris Don, have you?
Mm-hmm.
You have?
He called me yesterday.
What'd he say?
I told him to come back in the fall, September,
Okay.
because it's slow in the summer, and he wants to relaunch this with a new branding look.
Right. That's what he was saying.
So he's redesigning stuff, and he's using another platform to stream with that we can tie it into StreamYard. So it looks like after Labor Day he'll be back. So don't worry about him. You could call him just to touch base, but based on our call last night, he's no way doing shows this week.
Yeah, no, I'll just, I told him, like, the last time I texted him last week, just to let me know when he does come back. So that I don't keep having to text him every fucking day to ask if he's going live or not, so.
Now, another thing.
Yeah.
In the next couple of days, when you have the station, there's a possibility that we may interrupt Clyde's show. And Chris and a bunch of others may do a special. We may do a special broadcast, breaking news if Iran strikes Israel.
Gotcha.
So you could produce it. I'll be there in the background as well, to help. But Chris, Commander, Don, Todd, and I'm going to talk to OD tonight. All the military guys on the network go on, but that won't be after, if it happens, and after a damage assessment has been made, we know who was involved, what exactly happened, as to the best of our ability, and then go live with the information. Not before, not jumping the gun, and then they can hypothesize what happens from here moving forward. What is Israel going to do? How they will retaliate, if it happens at all, which I pray to God it doesn't.
Right.
But that's the plan, at least. So I'll keep you posted. If anything, I'm going to do a pre-record at 6 tonight with Tripwire.
Okay, sweet. Hey, thanks for setting up that pre-record, by the way. I thought I had set it up, but...
Oh, no worries.
I'm going to tell them that I'm not going to set up links until Wednesdays from now on, so that I won't lose track. Because sometimes they ask for links, like, 2 months in advance. Which
is
way too
crazy.
far.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll just do it the week before of their pre-records from now on.
Yeah, otherwise it'll get shit. And plus, you can only put so many pre-records in StreamYard as a setup.
Exactly, yeah. So, oh, and thanks for setting up Patricia for me as well.
No worries. You got the file in, Dolan?
Yep, where are you at?
35, exactly. I'm trying to eat. I didn't eat all day. And
Jesus. Oh,
that's the way I do. It's the way it is. But
all right, 34:29.
stand by 10 seconds. 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30. Hit it.
Playing.
Take it.
Got it.
Perfect.
What else was I gonna ask? Next week on Wednesday,
Mm-hmm.
14th, are you still good to take it after I do search warrant?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah, I have that concert that day.
Don't
And
worry
I'll-
about it.
I'll get search warrant up, edited and uploaded to the platforms before I leave. that
Now,
day.
who are you going to see?
Earth Theater. She's touring with Saint Vincent, but I'm going for the opener, which is Earth Theater. She's really cool.
Do you know her personally?
No, she's pretty big. She just played like Coachella. She's a
Oh, okay.
really weird musician,
Mhm.
but her music is kind of ethereal.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting to see how she does live. But
Where's this?
yeah.
Salt Lake? Where's it happening?
No, it's actually happening in Ogden.
Really?
They do what's called a Twilight concert series during the summers. So they bring like musicians that play at the amphitheater here. They also have
Oh,
another
shit. I would have loved to have been there and gone with you.
Oh, dude, yeah. Next time you come out, if it's during the summer, we'll have to take you to one of the Twilight. They used to be free concerts, but over the years they've like started having higher ticket prices.
That's that
But
outdoor
it's still-
theater. That's the amphitheater that's outdoor on Main Street, like the main area. The main.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's a nice place. I like that place.
it is. Yeah, it'll be cool. So yeah, I'm excited for that.
All right, well, hit me up if you need me.
Yeah, we'll do. Oh, hey, there's a Spanish speaking coming to
Oh,
KGRA.
no.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were alive.
Yeah, I should have
My
told
bad.
you. Let's just say yes.
Gotcha.
We're gonna.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll stop right there.
Sorry, Bill. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Listen, call me if
I
you
thought
need me. I'll be around all night because I'll be paying attention to this all night.
Okay, sounds great.
All
All right,
right,
good.
have a great night. Call me, like I said, if you need me.
Okay, we'll do. We'll see it.
All
Bye.
righty, bye. What is Sev saying now? What the hell is this? So wait, Trump said something live that he thinks there's going to be an attack on Israel tonight? Is that what Steve said? Alexa, shut off living room light. So even Trump is saying it. So he has access to the intelligence, obviously, too. So he must have heard something is going to happen tonight. But that could be based on what Tony Blinken told the G7 last night. But I'm sure he's got to be given intel, keep him in the loop of what the hell is going on. I would hope that's the case.
American forces in western Iraq.
Uh-oh, here we go.
They posted that 9 minutes ago.
What?
I don't really know what to make of that.
What?
I'll see if we hear more.
Go back.
Of some explosions near an airbase in Iraq, certainly worth keeping an eye on. I don't have reliable info on that right now.
You're dragging us into it big time.
So Al Jazeera says 2 explosions sounded near the Ain al-Assad base, which houses American forces in western Iraq. They posted that 9 minutes ago. I don't really know what to make of that.
Neither do I.
I'll see if we hear more.
Uh-oh.
But sometimes those things turn out to be just false.
Yep. All right, we need to refresh this because I pushed it back just to hear that little part where he was talking about. If Trump came out and said something like that, that just puts more money on that this happening tonight.
Base, Ain al-Assad base,
He wouldn't
which
say
houses
that.
American forces in western Iraq. No confirmation yet that this actually happened.
Buckle in. It might be a long night. I'm talking to Steve. Steve, it might be a
So
long
let's
night.
keep an eye on that. It's the Al Assad Air Base.
I got to do a pre-record at 6.
All right, so
Now he wouldn't just say that, Nicholas, to say it.
there's. We'll see if we hear anything else.
That's
about
one thing.
that.
He'll say it if he hears something, he'll discuss it. He'll put it out to the public. I don't think he's just saying that to say it.
I just got an update
Uh-oh.
here from Yoav, from Ynet military reporter Yoav Zayton. Where is he getting that information from? Hang on a moment. So a little while ago, probably about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago, we heard some.
The reason I say
rocket
that,
and,
the reason I said that, because I wonder what he said after that. Like, oh, I just heard that we're going to be that Iran is going to be attacking the United States tonight. Can you imagine what's going to happen now with Biden and Harris handling this situation? You know, there's a follow-up after he said something like that. I'm sure he just wasn't saying, oh, and by the way, everybody, I just heard that Iran is going to strike Israel tonight. You know, he's not going to just leave it at that. He's going to add to it, obviously.
He's hearing that there were about 4 drones, and 1 was intercepted, and the rest fell in open areas.
Oh, shit.
I can't confirm that. I believe if it's true. We did hear drone warnings about 45 minutes ago.
Oh, it's solid.
Thank you
It's
so
good.
much, Up North. That's really generous of you, Up North. I really appreciate all of your support for the channel Up North from Canada. Thank you so much. Thank you also, the Speed Run Spartan, who said he had heard a similar report about Iraq. We'll have to just see if we hear more about that.
I really, like I said earlier, I really think it's going to pop tonight.
(9:30) local time.
There's too many alarm bells going off, you know, by so many different areas. But
One thing that the Institute for the Study of War, which is this
All right.
research
The
group that
scenarios.
does military analysis,
one thing I will say, you know, every satellite we possibly could have, any of the allies are targeting right now, they're aiming to see any movements happening from Lebanon, Yemen, Syria, Iraq, Iran. There, you know they are. So they're going to have ample warning of anything being launched, especially from a distance of Iran to Israel. But if it's launched from Hezbollah in Lebanon, they don't have much reactionary time. It's so close. So will they come out publicly? The attack is now underway. Intelligence has shown. I don't think so. They'll keep that, secret between the countries. But it's going to be interesting to see how it's put out to the public. That's what I'm curious. Like right now, I would be interested in seeing.
Iran International, which is
Uh-oh.
Iran news,
Propaganda.
an outlet for Iran news, which is in London, which is in England, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They claim that there was a missile attack of some sort, I guess 1 or more missiles, that targeted the American al-Assad base in Iraq. But again, that is still unconfirmed.
Well, you know what, Iran? Fuck with us, we're gonna fucking level you. That's it. That's it.
They're talking about Al Jazeera. They got that report from Al Jazeera, which is where I got it from. So, excuse me.
That's it. I'm serious. If they fuck with us like that, I would just say level them. Level them. Enough is enough. Level them. And I hate to say that. I hate it, but
Again, I
enough
don't know
is
if that's
fucking enough. They're also testing the administration to see what this administration is going to do to respond.
Hey, thanks so much to a ghost.
They honestly don't think Biden's going to do
It's
shit.
a long name. I'll say a ghost choked. A ghost choked over there on Twitch. Thanks for your support.
Which is probably true.
Hey, a big thanks to all of our moderators in our chat rooms. I really appreciate it. Over there on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Mark and NC, Sarah, Papa Bear, and Surly Dev. Big thanks to you. Also on Facebook, we have Kay Lowry Body. Thanks, Kay.
Wow, that wind in
Sorry
the
about
background.
the wind. It's just
Really?
windy where the camera is. I have
Lower
the
it.
volume turned down. I can still hear the wind there. Thank you, Kay, for moderating. Linda Belk and Larry on X. Donnie Davio over there on YouTube. Thank you for moderating. Sabrina, Ruth Krafasi. Thanks so much to all of our moderators. Thanks to Black Sheep Actual, our new member, and IndyCar. Thanks, IndyCar, for your support.
And another thing, too, is that's true. Do you think that Iran would hit U.S. bases if Trump was in office right now? Do you honestly think? I don't think so. Because they know that he's unpredictable. That was the great thing. And he would just say, okay, you mess with our bases even one more time, I'm going to level you. You think they would? I'm just from the other point of view. So you could look at this in many ways. I know I wouldn't call on that man's bluff.
Sorry,
I
I'm just checking
wouldn't call
for
on it.
updates here. It is 9:35 local time. 9:35 local time.
I haven't heard any alerts on the phone yet, so that's good.
Again, there are unconfirmed reports that
Yeah,
Perhaps
don't go with the
a
unconfirmed.
couple missiles or rockets were fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. That is unconfirmed.
My baby got back. See, when you go with unconfirmed reports, you're almost being used as a propagandist tool.
What will happen?
Don't do it.
Will Iran and its proxy forces begin their attack on Israel tonight?
Take a poll.
Hold on a second here.
While he's talking, I'm going to do my own.
One of our viewers sent me this. Who sent it to me? MF Duck. Wall Street Journal said an Arab diplomat said that an Iranian official had said today that an attack could occur imminently within the next 48 hours.
Oh, now it's 48?
Again, Wall Street Journal says an Arab diplomat said that an Iranian official said on Monday that an attack could occur imminently within the next 48 hours. Wall Street Journal also says this morning Iran issued a notice to pilots and aviation authorities warning of likely disruption to GPS and navigational signals, which are used by pilots for positional data and to follow flight routes. Israel sometimes disrupts GPS to hinder missiles and drones fired at it, which would use GPS for targeting.
Nothing about the truck.
Wall Street Journal also says Iran this afternoon denied reports it had issued a notice to pilots and aviation authorities regarding flight restrictions or rerouting in its airspace. Iran's airspace appeared to remain operational as of Monday afternoon.
Well, that can be checked.
The Wall Street Journal is also claiming that Iran is not so far telegraphing the attack
Exactly.
to Israel and its partners,
Like they did the last time.
which would allow them to prepare to repel the attack better. Thank you so much to Tolly Gamers. Tolly Gamers, that's very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Tolly Gamers.
So currently, I'm going to mute him. Looking at the flight radar, there is traffic still going on. In Iran, in Iraq. So the air traffic is still occurring in certain areas. So air traffic doesn't look like it's been shut down yet. Now once this activity stops and they clear them out, then you know something's amiss because they don't want no planes anywhere in that fly zone. So right now, there is no indication of that.
Let's look at that one. That's new. They didn't have that one before. I'm going to get that up on the screen for you. Give me a moment here.
That's the one we were looking at earlier.
Yes, hold on a second. That was the Dome of the Rock on the Jerusalem shot.
They're not going to touch Jerusalem. That's not going to happen because the mosque
Still
is
there?
there too.
Yeah, that's the Dome of the Rock there.
They're not touching that area.
What I need to do is reset that shot because I want to show you the shot looking towards Tel Aviv.
Whoa. See, this is the other one. I'll show this one.
Hang on a moment here.
This is the one we were looking at earlier. That's the one he put up on the screen now.
Hang on. Give it a moment.
That's
Let
this
me
one.
let me reset it again.
That's the one we were looking at earlier. So it's 9:42 there. That's the feed he's taking it from.
There it is. That view.
But he pays for
That
it.
view right there is from Modin. Which is a city in Israel, Modin, and it's looking towards Tel Aviv. So it's an interesting, different view there.
It is. No alerts, which is good.
That's it's looking Tel Aviv.
No
is to
alerts
the
coming through from
northwest
Israel.
of Modin.
Right now, so that's good.
So that's a good angle to have. I know you don't see like much buildings and stuff, but that could be if something's going on with Tel Aviv and the airport. That will be a good. The Ben Gurion Airport would be. Tel Aviv is on the coast. Really quick, let me show you guys where that view is. Really quick. So there's Israel here. The one camera is on the Israel-Lebanon border up here, but Tel Aviv is here, and that camera is in Modin, which is right here, and it's looking towards Tel Aviv. And there is the Ben Gurion Airport is right there. So the camera looks
There's
out
been
towards
a
the airport
very,
and toward Tel Aviv.
Big focus on bombing campaigns.
So that is a
At
camera to
first,
keep an eye on.
The targeted
Like if by some chance-
strategies have not been as effective. And of course, yes, Hamas has been weakened. Absolutely, there's no doubt about that.
From one side,
the nature of the war has changed.
this is
from a
actually, I
fighting
believe,
war
live.
to a guerrilla war. But still,
This is
I mean,
I-24
we're 10
from
months into
Israel.
this war, and half
Israel's longest war since the War of Independence, right, Yossi?
So this
will
is
turn out-
actually a
this
live
becomes
feed
huge
coming from
disappointment when
Israel.
Israel, if it's true.
Already after
Just to
the
give this
staging
perspective,
killing
Al
of
Jazeera is out there.
the
There's
three
many ways to
Israeli
look at this.
hostages which tried to escape.
But this is what they're discussing right now in real
fighting
time.
tactics on
This
the
is a live
ground
feed coming from,
and
it says recorded,
very
so this is actually
cautious
old.
not to move
But
to
this is something
areas
else to
where
be
they
keeping an eye
may
on, what
based
Israel, what their media is saying. When was this? Today, this morning. So it looks like they took out the Israelis took out a location this morning. Let me go back to that. They were operating a drone. I can't see my screen over there. So it looks like they were launching a drone. And this is also this morning. So I'm going to keep an eye on their live updates just to see if anything is coming through from the Israeli side. And I'm curious to see, because I like looking at things from different perspectives. We gotta go to the English. So I'm gonna keep an eye on Al Jazeera too. Right now, this is Al Jazeera English. But sometimes the Arabic one shows something different. Now that footage is daylight, so that cannot be anything significant. Let's listen to Steve. What's Steve talking about now? So nothing on Al Jazeera right now.
Oh, Reuters is reporting that rockets were fired at the Al Assad Air Base now. Is Reuters actually reporting this now? Yes. Reuters reports, because this is from Parisa Hafezi of Reuters. Reuters is now reporting that 2 rockets, security sources tell them 2 rockets were fired at the Iraq Ain al-Assad Air Base, which houses U.S. forces. We have been talking to you about how there's reports of that. So Reuters is now reporting it too, just so you know.
So is Fox News.
Reuters is reporting that too now.
Right here. Explosions reported in U.S.
Here, I actually have the Reuters. So yeah, Reuters does report that now. Yes.
3 explosions were heard, likely caused by missile or drone strikes, according to English Al Mahadin. And this was a little while ago. That's their local time. The largest military base, U.S. military base in Iraq. So it is out there. There's not much. That's the one that comes up immediately. Maybe we should do it like this. Let's copy and paste. And we have to change the date to today. Oh shit. There's some images. This one says 2 explosions were heard. No videos. Not much. So it's pretty much looks like it did happen. As he's saying.
Oh, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday. Okay? So again, the Washington Post reports the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday. That is from the Washington Post. I'm going to read that paragraph again. They say the Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen As early as Monday or Tuesday, people familiar with the matter told the Washington Post. So remember, last week, the political head of Hamas was assassinated in Tehran, Iran, where he was visiting Iran for the inauguration of Iran's president.
Uh-oh.
And Iran and Hamas blame Israel. It is widely believed Israel did that. And then Israel also last week, just hours before that, assassinated a top...
Here's another little tidbit. Biden convening national security team as tensions flare between, and this is also happening right now. So it looks like there could be, will convene his national security team Monday to discuss developments in the Middle East as the region braces for Iran to retaliate. Oh boy. So there is other information coming out there that something is going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. Nothing about what he just said other than the post, and they want to charge. I use DuckDuckGo, so it's a little different.
This is the the Israel-Lebanon border looking towards Lebanon. That right there is a live shot which is looking towards, that's a live shot looking towards Tel Aviv. It's a live shot in Israel looking towards Tel Aviv.
Oh, fuck.
That's where that one is. That shot is in
fuck.
Modin, Israel.
It won't let me get to it. They took it down. That is messed up.
If we need it, I have a shot of Haifa here, and one of Jerusalem as well.
I'm gonna have to open up another browser
So
because
if I need to switch them, I'll switch them.
I'm getting the blockers interfering here.
Yeah, I'm seeing this report. A bunch of people have posted it. Faytux have posted it. Other people posted it. I don't find Sky News Arabia that reliable, generally speaking. So Sky News Arabia said that a Pentagon spokesperson told them, "We have not detected any Iranian movements indicating a strike in the coming hours." Now, I don't know why Sky News Arabia would be the only one with the story. Why would a Pentagon spokesperson tell Sky News Arabia, and yet nobody else has this quote from a Pentagon spokesperson? It seems kind of odd to me. Maybe it's right. Maybe they have a special contact at the Pentagon who's friends with somebody at Sky News Arabia. So it could be, but I don't know. In my experience, I haven't found it to be the most reliable. So that's just my personal experience. Maybe they're right. They could be right. But I'm not seeing that report anywhere else.
And this is what he was just referring.
I don't know why there would be a Pentagon spokesperson who would only be talking to Sky News Arabia.
Oh, that's so bizarre.
But again, maybe they have a contact over there. I don't know.
It's not letting me share it on the screen. All right, here we go. This is what Steve was referring to a few minutes ago. The Biden administration informed U.S. lawmakers that Iran's retaliatory strikes may happen as early as Monday or Tuesday.
Just to be clear, that's my memory. If my memory is correct, I have not found them to be the most reliable. But I would need to go back and make sure.
And that's got to be based on intelligence.
But just the fact that it's only coming from that one outlet and no one else is reporting that, I'm not going to put too much weight on that report.
Hmm. "25 minutes ago, CNN has something interesting.
Checking out some of the things people have sent me.
Not much info on that. I don't want to go to the Daily Mail. He's meeting in the Situation Room with his security team.
Hang on 1 second here.
Now, that's never a good sign, by the way. President Biden will meet, Monday afternoon with his national security team in the
Quick
Situation
thank
Room.
you to Jonas for the gift memberships. Thank you,
I'm not
Jonas. Thank
paying
you also,
for any of their
Matthew the
shit, so
Nature.
they can forget about that.
Thank you, Matthew. Matthew says if this happens, it may worsen the stock market. A lot of countries have had stock markets go down in recent days, as I'm sure many of you know. Urs Wiesendanger, thank you, Urs, for your support. From Switzerland, I believe. Choctaw Native, thank you
So,
for your support. Maybe,
It was
maybe
just
things,
now.
maybe
All right,
our view.
be quiet, Steve. The meeting was already happened. It was set for 2:15. After nightfall in the region, they're in the Situation Room. I don't know if it's over. I don't know if it's still going, but Biden was due to meet with his national security team in the Situation Room in the White House to discuss developments in the Middle East after flying back. And it says here the meeting was set for 2:15 p.m. Eastern, and that just pretty much happened. So that this has got to be getting serious if they're meeting in the Situation Room to discuss this. So I'm finding out little tidbits of information here. I'll put Steve back on. So far, the app for the Israeli alerts is quiet. 12 minutes ago.
I have an update for you in a second. Hang on a moment.
Rockets
Hang on a
fired.
moment.
This is 12 minutes ago.
A federal judge has ruled that Google has.
We don't want to hear about any of that stuff. Was fired at Iraq's and international forces. It's not clear if the attack caused any casualties and damage inside the base. Oh shit. One security source said the rockets fell inside the base. Oh shit. So 2 Katyusha rockets. And this was literally minutes ago that this got posted. Now, we need to find out more information regarding this 16 minutes ago, the same thing. Explosion reported in U.S. Al-Assad base. So now that it's starting to come out. 9 minutes ago by the Jerusalem Post. But they're getting their information from another source because they're repeating. Might be the AP was the original. 3 minutes ago. It's starting to come in. Fuck. I hate pop-ups. I swear to God, I can't stand them. This one doesn't want to disappear. But yeah, so this is definitely developing. Block. This one says 3. This is old. 22 minutes ago. On X. U.S. was under attack by rockets and Americans outside military base. That was at 2:40. So yeah, it's definitely breaking. I had to use Google because DuckDuckGo was not giving me the results I wanted. Yeah, look at this. Look at this one down here. I stand with Palestine and Iran. So I'm going to keep an eye on this as more information comes in. What? I know this happened yesterday. I saw that. The United States did carry out a strike yesterday. So that rocket attack might have been a retaliation for what we did yesterday. You never know if they're tied together, if they're connected. And this, they launched, look at this, multiple rockets were launched toward the base, the same base, last week. So this is things I'm gonna keep an eye on.
States into military action. Iran has blamed Israel and said it will punish it. Israeli officials have not claimed responsibility. Iran backs Hamas, which is at war with Israel and Gaza, and also the Lebanese group Hezbollah, whose senior military commander Fouad Shukr was killed in an Israeli strike on Beirut last week. Something else I want to mention here from this Reuters article. Reuters says Russia has cultivated closer ties with Iran since the start of its war with Ukraine, and has said it is preparing to sign a wide-ranging cooperation agreement with the Islamic State. Reuters
what I was
reported
talking
in
about
February
earlier.
that Iran had provided Russia with a large number of powerful surface-to-surface ballistic
That's what I was
missiles.
talking about earlier. People want to just start waging war. Russia and China are not going to stand by.
In Washington, a State Department spokesperson referred to Shoigu's talks in Iran, saying the U.S. had no expectation that Russia would play a productive role in easing Middle East tensions. The U.S. said in June that Russia appeared to be deepening its defensive cooperation with Iran and had received hundreds of one-way attack drones that it was using to strike Ukraine, something Moscow denies. So again, I don't think it's a coincidence that maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's a coincidence that one of the top officials in Russia, very close to Putin, visited Iran today.
Huh. So he said it yesterday. Blinken told the G7 allies that the
Baby
attack
Dougie
could happen
says
in
Iran
24
has
to 48
provided
hours.
Russia with drones and other arms, but Russia isn't going to war with Israel.
There's a lot of shit going on.
Yeah, we already talked a little while ago. Some people are mentioning this, but we've already discussed it. There are multiple reports, including one from Reuters, that a couple of rockets were fired at a U.S. base in Iraq. Reuters had said 2 rockets fired at an Iraq's Al-Assad air base, which houses U.S. forces. I am aware of that. I don't have more details at the moment. I will let you know if I get more details on that.
Look at this. So I saw somebody say something in chat, Iran doesn't want war, but this is the kind of shit they say. They're not interested in escalation, but it is necessary to punish Israel.
Our viewer Butterfly says Israel is not intimidated.
And that was today.
Guys, it's 10:09 p.m. local time. Oh, I have an update from Reuters reporter Parisa Hafesi. She says 2 Katyusha rockets on Monday
We
were
already read
fired
that.
at Iraq's Ain al-Assad air base, which hosts U.S. and other international forces in western Iraq, security sources said.
So I'm watching the news feed coming out directly from Israel, right here. And there isn't nothing really coming up on their news feed. It'd be interesting if Israel were to publish Palestinians killed in Gaza. You see those numbers? And don't get me wrong, that was heinous. But the death toll is like 40,000 in Gaza right now. Civilians, not Hamas. And the injured is close to 100,000. Just to put some perspective in there. And you don't even know how many UN workers, journalists have been killed in Gaza. It's sick. The numbers are insane. You cannot even compare them. I don't know if there's going to be a number, but it's a lot of people. If you've seen what I've seen by doing the research, because I like to be objective and look at everything, you don't even want to see the drone coverage, the graphic. It is so bad what's going on in Gaza. I mean, it is so bad. Look, more than 39,000 people killed in Gaza. Here's his one. 91,000 injured. I mean, if you were to see, you see what this looks like? The whole Gaza looks completely leveled. The drone footage that comes in, and this is in the United Nations, I think 170-ish UN-related workers have died in Gaza. 113 journalists have died in Gaza. But Israel doesn't want any of the press going into Gaza. They don't want nobody to see what's going on, really, what's going on in Gaza. It is so... I was doing research on this. It is so bad. And those people have nowhere to go to live. It's rubble. The whole fucking place is rubble. Where do those people go to live now? What a humanitarian crisis is going to happen to those Palestinians in Gaza after the ceasefire? After the dust settles? What's the world going to do then? So again, there's many ways to look at this. And all the footage is old. You just can't get it because they're not allowing it. They're not allowing anything to come out. Look at this, for instance. This is 3 months ago. This is what it looked like, and this is what it looks like now. That's 3 months ago. Can you only imagine what it looks like now? Look, that's what it used to look like. Look at it. Leveled. But this is old. This is kind of what it looks like in Gaza right now. But worse. 2.2 million people, 2.3. 1.9 are displaced now. They don't even have a home to go to. Look at this. This is old. Because you can't get footage now. The Israelis will not allow people to go in and assess exactly what the hell is going on. We're only taking it by their word of what's going on. Are the supplies, humanitarian supplies, getting to the people? So there's always two sides or more when you look at stuff. It's crazy. So, you know, people can jump to conclusions, rah, let's bomb them to beyond extinction, you know, do all this talk. There's a lot of innocent people dying right now. Or getting injured. A lot. So, you know, it's not a good situation. And I don't, you know, I'm not here to take sides. What's up, Big Bear? It's about being objective and looking at it from different perspectives. From, you know, what other people see or don't see, and what the propaganda tool is out there. It's not a simple black and white, this side, that side. I make this analogy. People will say, well, it's the people of the Palestinian people's fault for allowing Hamas to be the ones that are in control of that territory. Okay, let's look at that statement for a second. I know neighborhoods in the freaking Bronx that are controlled, or even nearby me, that are controlled by the gangs, the Bloods, the Crips, the Latin Kings, MS-13. They live there. They accept it. Do you know why they accept it? Because if they don't, those gangbangers will tell them, if you fucking turn into a snitch, or if you run to the police, we're going to kill you, or we're going to kill somebody you love. They live in fear, their intimidation. They live in fear. What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Rise up against Hamas? The military terrorist branch? The people? They'll slaughter them. So there's no easy solution here. There's no easy answer. But you can bet, what does the population of Gaza consist of? Almost half of them are children. Children. And those children, who do you think they're going to hate in the future when they become adults, those that survive. Who do you think they're going to hate for doing this to where they lived? You just created generations more of hatred by this. You don't think about those things? And you wonder why they hate them so much? It's complicated. It's not. It's so sad. It's tragic, really. War should never be the solution. Never. I just can never accept that. I can't accept that. Look, this is right after this whole thing started, okay? From NPR. Children make up nearly half of Gaza's population. Children. I'm not making this up. Almost half the population in Gaza are children. Where is all the fucking compassionate people out there that worry about children's lives in a situation like this? Where are you? Where are you? It's insane. So you can break it down into so many areas and perspectives. And, you know, it's so easy for people to talk about, let's level them, let's send them back to the Stone Age, let's do this, let's do that. So easy to say. What if it happened to you and your family and your loved ones? What would you say then? What if you had family right now in Palestinian territory, Gaza? What would you be saying? And like I was saying earlier and showing actual facts, not bullshit, facts. China has a major investment in Iran. You go off, they get most of their oil from Iran. You take out their oil fields like some people want to do. You think China and how it's going to affect their economy and their livelihood? They get their major supply from oil from Iran, and you just destroyed their oil fields, and we invested in Iran? Multiple hundreds of billions of dollars in investment in Iran China has done. China's going to say, okay, you want to fuck with us that way? We're taking Taiwan tomorrow. How you like that? See how you like that? You fuck with those oil fields? We're taking Taiwan. We're not even going to hesitate. We're taking Taiwan. Do people not think about these things? And the axis that has been created between Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran? You don't think that, you think that it's so easy to say, let's attack their infrastructure, let's attack their oil fields. And you don't think this is going to make this war a global war? Possibly World War III? Because you talk so easy, you say it so easily out of your mouths without thinking of the consequences? It's so easy. It's like an armchair quarterback. It's so easy to talk from a chair and say stuff. But meanwhile, what are the true consequences and ramifications of those actions on a global scale? Europe depends 20% on oil production from Iran. Because we're enemies with Iran doesn't make them enemies. France, UK, a lot of these European countries have relationships with Iran. And have trade with Iran. Turkey, so many, I was looking at the list. It's insane how many countries have relations with Iran. We don't, doesn't mean everybody else doesn't either. So be easy. Slow down. Don't rush to war. Calm down. Because that's the last thing we fucking need. And let's not even talk whether, how you look at it. Look, there are cells here. There's always been cells here. This shit about them coming over the border, this has been going on for decades. This is not something new. Oh, we got to worry about all the terrorists coming into the country. That's been going on for fucking decades. It's not new. They're here. They've been here. And more are coming in, but they're already here. They've been here for decades. Sleeper cells. I mean, please stop. The last thing we need. Because we're going to see, possibly, I pray to God not, but we're going to see stuff happening here again. I pray to God that does not happen, and I'm wrong. But the likelihood is it will. So before everybody starts going off the rails, war hawks, and going crazy to attack Iran, slow down. Now, don't get me wrong. And that's questionable. Should we even have, because of ISIS, that's what they say. Should we even have bases in Iraq? How many of our forces are there, soldiers are there? Boots on the ground in Syria? Do we really need to put a bullseye on our troops there? For what reason? Can't we use Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and some of these other surrounding countries, Turkey, that we have bases on, to launch attacks from, instead of having a fucking base in a place that does not want you? Because Iraq, their government, the majority of that country is backed by Iranian militia. So what the hell are we doing there? We're a target. For what? The oil fields? What is the reasoning behind it? ISIS? What is the reasoning? Should we be there? We have strategic points all around. And then you got the Sunni Shia thing itself. And the Kurds. For all these factions, tribal factions. So what the hell? It's complicated. But the thing I'm watching and paying attention is, I personally do not think Iran itself is going to do a lot of attacking here. If I was to guess, I don't necessarily see a crazy Iranian attack here. I see a big proxy attack. That's what I see. A big proxy. Hezbollah, the Houthis, those factions in Syria and Iraq. It is, Julian, it is so complicated. It's not, it's so many things involved here. It's very complex. It's complicated. Like you said, it is complicated. But the military-industrial complex, let's sell the weapons. Let's arm them to the teeth. They need more weapons. And they're the ones that are seeing ka-ching all over the place. War is money. War is money. I hate to say it, but war is money for these military contractors. Oh, you need to buy some more planes, rockets, whatever. We'll sell them to you. You're going to need them. Like I said, there's so many ways to look at this. But what I'm worried about, if this happens, and there are a lot of people, even President Trump said it today at a rally, that he thinks it's going to happen tonight. Might happen tonight. locally or tomorrow night. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it won't happen at all. I highly doubt it, but a lot of people, there's a lot of indicators saying that something will happen. There's an alert. That's an Israeli alert. That's an Israeli alert right now. Something's going down. This is the app. It's called Red Alert Israel. It's for their citizens. There's another one. 2 of them. Rocket fire 1 minute ago. Rocket fire moments ago. Right on the border. We need to pay attention to some of these cameras. So this just happened in this area in northern Israel. Something's going down right now, but that could just be isolated. Where was the other one? Okay, they're spread out. Not too far away from each other, but so there was, but this happens every day between Lebanon and Israel across the border. So this could just be an isolated situation going on right now. But if this thing starts going crazy, then we know something bad is really happening from Hezbollah. So this one was in Sneer. This one happened here in Sneer. I may be mispronouncing it. And the other one was here. I'm not gonna try. So rocket fire in these 2 areas minutes ago. And like I said, this is called, you got it? You got this, Julian? If those that are watching want to keep an eye on what's going on in real time, this is the alert system for the Israeli citizens. And they send out these alerts to warn them to take cover, seek shelter. But these are the actual alerts. And it even says, send, I'm safe. They took cover. To let the citizens, let them know that they actually took cover. But this also is an indicator of what's going on in real time over there. Because the media isn't going to get to it for who knows how long. But this is real time. Like, I bet you if we go to this screen, he's probably showing it on the bottom of his stream because he's been doing that. He just did. Right here. Look. He puts the alerts on the bottom. 3 minutes ago. Sneer. The 2 places I just showed you on the phone. He's on it. Or she is on it. They're putting the notifications from this app on that screen in real time. See it at the bottom? That's exactly what it's saying on the app. So he's got the app tied to his stream. So he gives his viewers live notification of what's going on in real time from the app. And it looks like this for those that are watching. Let me make the screen bigger. So if you all are out there watching, you may want to download this app if you're curious about, if you have loved ones in Israel or friends or associates, or you just want to be in the know of what's going on in real time. This is the app. Red Alert Israel Alerts. It's a red icon. It's got like a tower with a sound icon on top of it. So that's the app. So when that goes off, I'm like, oh shit. Uh-oh. We got to do a pre-record at 6 o'clock for an hour for a show. Let me see if OD's interested. I'm gonna call his ass. I have a plan for the station.
Thanks for calling Stephen O'Donnell.
He'll call me back. He's working. I gotta do a pre-record with him later. I'll call you back. All right. So yeah, there's a lot going on. Shit, I hate when that happens. And obviously there is no avoiding the political, partisan stuff that's gonna be associated with this, obviously. We know that's coming. So let's see what Steve is saying.
Oh, I just saw a statement from the Israeli army. Hold on, I just saw a statement from them. According to Al Jazeera, the Israeli army says, we detected the infiltration of suspicious aerial objects from Lebanon that landed in the Jabal al-Jarmach area. I haven't seen that confirmed by the IDF, though. By the way, there were warnings like an hour or an hour and a half ago, like drone warnings and rocket warnings. About 15 minutes ago, the Israeli Defense Forces said, following the alerts that were activated about 2 hours ago, in northern Israel, several suspicious aerial targets.
Okay, I'm going to show you something from the X feed from the IDF. This was posted 8 minutes ago from the IDF. So it looks like this is 8 minutes ago. So I don't know if this is a recent strike on a command of Hezbollah's Radwan force in the area of... So this is 8 minutes ago this was posted. Wow. Sayonara, goodbye to you. So I'm keeping an eye on what the IDF is also, like he mentioned IDF, which is true. Just to show you what's they're putting up on their feeds. So this is the IDF. This is their official account. So this was 9 minutes ago. So we're going to be keeping an eye on everything until I got to get off, and then I'll be back sometime tonight, but soon I got to go do a pre-record. But there's so many ways to look up this information.
49% of our YouTube viewers think the attack will happen tonight. 13% say tomorrow, 23% say later, 15% say never.
Oh, trust me. Julian, I was hanging out with Randall Nickerson this weekend. He actually invited me.
Similar on Twitch. Half the viewers on Twitch think it's going to happen tonight. Twitch is on the right there. 50% say tonight. 6% say tomorrow. 18% say later. 27% say never on.
Never. Oh, you're dreaming. I hope that 29% is right.
Thanks.
I don't think that's going to be the case.
For your support.
That's.
Thank you, Urs.
I think we're a little bit past that now.
Felt like the world was
Because the word
You
is.
also Kim's fan.
Let me lower him for a second. The word is, and again. There's so much propaganda out there, like always. There's always the propaganda arm. We know that. For anything, no matter what side you're on. But let me see if they have it. I don't know if this is public. But this is what I had heard. I see now, this one's not saying it. I'm curious to see if I find an article. You're not going to believe the new conspiracy. But it may not be conspiracy. You know, not every conspiracy is based on like a hypothetical theory that's out of whack. You know, there are conspiracies that are proven to be factual. You know, that's... See, there's no article on it. And I'm curious. Let me see, maybe this one. See? They're not saying it. It isn't public yet. And I'm not going to do any unconfirmed information stuff. Let me see past day. Okay. Here's one. This was published today. Here we go. All right. So we all heard about how this Hamas leader was killed in Tehran, Iran, right? We heard about this. Iran is still claiming that it was a short-range projectile that hit the guest house and killed him. It changed to where a bomb was planted, allegedly by the Mossad, months prior in this guest house. And then from a distance, when they knew that he was in the bedroom, they detonated it remotely, okay? But think about that. How the fuck does Mossad get into that guest house? I mean, really, how do they get in there? Well, there was an allegation that it was done by the IRGC themselves, that some members of the Revolutionary Guard were working with the Mossad and planted it for them. Okay? So now here's a statement from today. Of course they got to do this because they would be embarrassed. Iran army refutes reports about IRGC infiltration to kill Hamas Haniyeh. They have reported that officers of Iran's special services were recruited to organize the killing of the leader. The assassinated Haniyeh was not the result of infiltration, and that appropriate measures are underway. It was smuggled into the... This is what the Times was reporting. It was smuggled into the guest house, protected by the IRGC. So how the fuck did they get in there, the Mossad, if it was the Mossad? Several accounts by 7 West Asian officials, including 2 Iranians and an American official. So they're saying it wasn't any of the Revolutionary Guard that did it. It was that they're still sticking to their guns, that he was killed by a short-range projectile with a warhead and plans to take revenge at the appropriate time. That's why Israel hasn't confirmed or denied their responsibility for this. And Iran is not going to tell the world or their people that an utter embarrassment and this is why it's complicated. They're not going to reveal that somebody was a traitor within the IRGC that helped Israel, the Mossad, plant this bomb to kill Hania. Can you imagine what that would look like in Iran? That's a serious security issue for them. But if this is true, wow, that Iranians themselves, recruited possibly by the Mossad, actually were the ones who planted this because they had access to the guest house and did it. And Iran is saying, no, that's not what happened. Of course they're going to say that. They have to. That's the kind of shit that you would see in a fucking James Bond movie. But remember, do not underestimate, the Mossad is one of the top intelligence agencies in the world. So I do not doubt that that happened that way. So it could have been Iranians themselves, IRGC members. I know a lot of people don't have access to that, Big Bear. I hear you. But the thing is to try to be fair and objective. Yeah, you're right, Julian. You're right. You know what's great? I love it when there's people in the chat that don't show necessarily a biasness, because we all do. And there's no doubt we all have certain biases, especially when it comes to politics. But I love it when people are objective and are looking at this like this and not off either way, but the broad picture. It's like taking eating a pizza pie. Say it's sliced 8 ways. You have 8 pieces. But the only piece you focus on is the one. You don't even care about the rest of the pie. You're only focused on that one slice. But you need to be paying attention as to the whole pie. Not just the one. Because that takes everything out of context. Because that's the piece you want. You don't care about the others. You don't want to hear about the others. You don't want to know about the others. Because you only care about that one piece that you have a personal interest about. But you can't. It's not objective. You have to look at the whole picture. Everything. At least that's my opinion. But a lot of people don't do that. They just pick and choose what they want and forget about the rest. Objectivity is out the window. Throw it out. As far as I'm concerned, you could throw the rest of that pie out. I want nothing to do with it. I just got my slice. I'm good. I'm happy. I just filled myself for what I enjoyed. You kind of feel that analogy going on? Because that's the way it is. That's the best way I could put it. Because that's the truth. Truth matters. And another thing too, how can you be honest with yourself if you're not being truthful with oneself? And keeping a blind eye or ear or any of your senses because you don't want to hear it, but you know down deep inside it's fucking true. But you won't admit it because you can't. Because then it goes everything against what your values and what you believe, your opinions, because it's totally opposite of what you believe in. And it throws everything out the window again. That's the problem. People need to come to grips with reality. And whether it's good or bad, just admit it. Deal with it. It's the only way. It's the only way. Admit what you're seeing is not something that you're causing yourself to blink a few times and not pay attention to what's right in front of you? Oh, I'm blurry for a minute. I just did not see what I just saw. And I'm sure for a lot of people it's frustrating. But any of this that's happening, this is not fun. This is not... some people would find this shit entertaining. I'm curious to see where this goes. Because it's not going to go well. From this point on, whatever happens, if something does happen, it's not going to get better. It's not going to stay the same. It can only do one thing, escalate. That's the only thing this can do. Make shit worse. It's not going to make things better. I don't care what, I don't know what Iran is thinking, Israel, and you know Israel's going to retaliate, depending, God forbid, there's casualties, deaths to civilians, infrastructure, whatever. You think Israel's going to stand idle and not respond? Biden could tell him all he wants. Don't react. Don't do the same kind of... You think freaking Israel's going to say, are you nuts? This is our country. We just got destroyed. We just got leveled. We just had all these... Are you kidding? You want us to do what? Nothing? Israel's not going to stand by and do nothing. So it's an escalation. And then that puts the United States in a position, do we join in that retaliation or do we let Israel do it by themselves? Are we there strictly to defend Israel from incoming attack or do we join an offensive with Israel against Iran? That's opening up a fucking huge can of worms. Is that what we want? Seriously, is that what anybody wants? Or is this just entertainment? When people's lives, everything is at stake. The global economy is at stake. The threat of a global, forget about a regional conflict, a widespread regional conflict. A global conflict can happen. Like I said, China has a lot invested in Iran. Look it up. Look how much oil, look how much investment China has done with Iran. You think China's going to sit by and say this is acceptable? My God. So it's not a joke. It's not a game. It's not entertainment. Okay. This is an old article. I can't look at it because I'm not paying the New York Times for nothing, ever. But in the main part, China's economic stake in the Middle East, its thirst for oil. So some people in Congress want to attack their oil fields. You think China's going to like that? You know how much money they have invested in China for Iranian oil? Are you serious? You know how many European countries get their oil from Iran? Turkey? So many countries. Venezuela, even? It's a global conflict. That's what you're looking at. This is a more recent article. Behind China's oil trade with Iran and Russia. And they're paying them, you know. Oil revenue from China is propping up the Iranian and Russian economies and undermining Western sanctions. So do sanctions work? Not when they're selling their oil to other countries that are willing to buy it. Look at this. Look how much oil China gets. this is the other side of things that people need to pay mind to this. So it's not that simple. Look, these are older articles, but I'm just putting them up. China buys more Iranian oil now than it did before sanctions. So after the sanctions, they're buying more oil. Because Iran needs these countries to sell their oil to. No, they found one, a big one. It's called China. So it's complicated, folks. So for those who want to bomb the Iranian oil fields, you're going to put the global economy in a tailspin. It's going to get nuts. Certain countries are not going to like it because they get a lot of their oil from Iran. So do you think the United States wants to take part in attacking oil fields in Iran? Because who are they going to blame? They're not going to blame Israel. Yeah, they will. But they're also going to blame the United States. You're responsible. You are responsible. Because you are the ones who prop up Israel. You're the one who gives them all their arms and sell them all their equipment. And you gave them the capability to do this. Which would be true. So, do you see how bad this could get? I hear you, Big Bear. And I don't want to sound like I'm being biased or partisan. I'm just trying to lay it out there. Hey, Bill, what should I look for? Europe? Won't let the rat out of the bag yet. Or the cat out of the bag. What should I look for? What do you mean, Julian? What should you look for? I don't understand. The red alert thing? You have that already, I thought you said. The app. So, people need to calm down a little bit. And the reason, I'm going to talk to this host later, we will be doing something on the station once. Yeah, it's going to happen within the next few days. It may not even happen tonight because everybody's expecting it tonight. It may happen tomorrow night or the night after, but it's coming. But there's going to be a lot of indicators to show that it's actually happening. Like there's one, I hope I didn't kill it. Maybe this one. Shit, my session timed out. So there's still air traffic going on in Iraq. Now look at this. Syria has no air traffic. Neither does Lebanon. Now that's interesting. Did they close their airspace? Did Jordan close their airspace? Nope. Jordan is the one to watch. There's still planes flying in and around Jordan. Now, when that airspace clears out and you don't see any planes, will there be any more incoming planes coming to this area? It doesn't look like, looks like most of these planes are coming in. One is departing. This one looks like it's going. We have to watch this too, because they're going to close airspace down around Israel. The Arab countries are going to shut their shit down because they don't want to be caught up in any crossfire of rockets and missiles and all that shit. So this is something to keep an eye on too. So there's still quite a bit of traffic in Iraq, which Iran is here. So, and Iran still has some air traffic going on. So there's really no indicators here that something is imminent. At least a launch from Iran that has to go and hours away to hit Israel if it's drones, or if it's a ballistic missile, it's a lot faster than that. But right now, it doesn't look like much here. Now, there's nothing going on over Syria. And there's not much going on over Lebanon. Looks like they closed the airports in Beirut. It looks like that airport is done. There's no more air traffic over there because they were taking a lot of people out of the country. Citizens from other countries were leaving, fleeing. Doesn't look like that's happening anymore. So what the hell does that mean? Is that an indicator that now they shut their airspace down? Is that a hint that something's about to... Oh, there's a plane. Is that? Yeah, there's one. Well, there's no movement. These are other indicators that you look for. But there is nothing going on. There's no air traffic coming out here. So there is still air traffic coming in to Tel Aviv, which tells me they haven't shut down their airspace yet. And if there was an impending, if they detected something, that shit would be on lockdown. There would be a no-fly zone. Because they're not going to put civilian craft in jeopardy. They would be grounded. There would be no air traffic. Everybody who's leaving is on their way. They're gone. But there would be no incoming. They would close that shit down. They'd be diverted, and it'd be done. So, like I said, this is something else I've been watching too, because it's important. But there's still a lot going on in Jordan. And Jordan was one of the first airspaces to shut down in April, when Iran launched missiles and drones toward Israel. Jordan was one of the first airspaces to lock down. That's why it's important to see what Jordan is doing. But that was coming from Iran. Now, if it's coming from Lebanon, there's nothing going on right now. There's nothing in the air. Now, I don't know if this plane is on the runway. MEA. I wonder whose airline is that? Who is MEA? Let me put flight tag. What does it stand for? Middle East Airlines. So that's a MEA. That's a Middle East Airlines flight. And now it's on the side again. MEA. Middle East Airlines. It just moved back to... It doesn't look like that thing is going to be taken off. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, look. There is nothing flying anywhere in Lebanon to the Israeli border. Nothing. So, is that an indicator? There's nothing in the air to the north or to the east, because Syria's quiet. Now, I don't know where Damascus... I think it's up this way. But it doesn't matter, because there's nothing going on in all of Syria. Nothing. It's completely quiet. And if you notice, the planes are going around it. They're not going through it. They're going around it. Is that an indicator? But like I said, there's still traffic in Jordan and Iraq. This would not be happening if Iran... You would see all these planes being diverted away from Iran, away from this area, because the missiles, drones would be going this way. Actually more that way, toward Israel. But all is quiet in Lebanon. So I'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the evening. So again, you're looking for any indicators. The Israeli app is quiet. Thank God. Because I like I said, my hunch is Iran is going to use its proxies in this situation. Close distance. The word is, and I don't know if it's been fact checked, that allegedly Lebanon has 100,000 missiles. Some of them sophisticated with guidance. Now, if you were in that situation, what would you launch first? What would you launch first? As a strategic point of view, what would you launch first? Your lowest regarded weaponry, just throw a bunch of missiles in the air and drones. Let the Iron Dome and David Sling and some of the other assets exhaust themselves. Just send a barrage of regular rockets to make them shoot them down, and drones, and then, because they can only withstand only so much. The Iron Dome can only do so much. So you would send in waves of these rockets to force the Israelis to take them down. Then you send in the precision bombs, the more sophisticated guiding bombs, the faster ballistic missiles, where now the Iron Dome has been exhausted. All the other defensive measures, countermeasures have been exhausted, and now you send in your higher grade weaponry to do the damage itself. And that's all hypothetical, but from a strategic point of view, it makes sense. Not only that, at the same time that's going on, the Houthis will launch from Yemen maybe. The Syrian-backed resistance is going to do their thing. Those in Syria might be doing their thing. It's going to come from the north, northeast, east, from the southeast. It's going to come at them from so many different angles potentially. And it's going to be hard for Israel to provide the countermeasures to defend themselves. They can become overwhelmed. This is why this is so dangerous. Iran doesn't even have to launch a missile from Iran. They can use their proxies to do it. Iran doesn't even have to launch a drone or a missile, because it can come from other. Do you understand? Now, I don't even know where the United States assets are. I don't know if I think there was one that's being replaced in the Mediterranean, a carrier group. But where are all the assets? The American assets right now? Are they in place? You know we got to have subs that can launch cruise missiles, and who else knows what else. We've got to have ships that can do the same thing. And a lot of defensive capability too, to take down a lot of the stuff that might be flying in the air, because it's not like we're going to put planes over the air and on the border between Lebanon and Israel. They're definitely going to use probably more of a sea engagement of these projectiles. Now, when it was over, they got permission from certain countries in the Middle East to fly and intercept those drones coming in from Iran. They had the time. It takes like 5-6 hours for those drones to reach Israel from Iran. They had time to intercept them. And they were actually given pretty much a heads up that this was coming. So This time, no. And who knows if the other Arab countries are going to help defend Israel this time around or cooperate. We don't know these answers yet. A lot of questions. They might not agree. They might not help this time. So this is not good in so many different ways. New York Prepper, where is that on? Is that on YouTube? Julian? Where is that at? I wonder what Steve's saying.
Drones from Lebanon and missiles from Iran.
He needs to lower that background sound
Thanks
of that
to
wind.
Martin Gingrich, who says his friend in Israel tells him they are very confident of their defensive system and help from U.S. He didn't seem nervous.
That's a front. You should be very nervous.
Yes, that is just wind. You're hearing wind. That is what you're hearing. Here is a live shot. Oops, we lost that live shot. We got to go. So I lost the live shot of the Tel Aviv one. That was short. Let me go back to the Jerusalem one. That's annoying. We had a live shot where you could see Tel Aviv in the distance, or you could see the sky above Tel Aviv. So I'm going to go back to the. I got to go back to the Jerusalem live shot. Sometimes they don't last very long, the live shots. It is 11:09 Israel time, guys. 11:09. 11:09 p.m. I'm waiting to get you that Jerusalem. Here's the Jerusalem shot. Hey, look, it's Jerusalem. It's a live shot of Jerusalem. Jerusalem live.
Nothing's going to happen in Jerusalem because of the vicinity of the mosque. It would be absolutely insane to even think that is Jerusalem.
That is not the Lebanon-Israel border. That is Jerusalem.
There's no way. No way.
But we will keep our focus on the
There's no
Israel-Lebanon
way
border.
that that's on the table. They're not going to hit Jerusalem.
Yeah, once in a while they have lasers there. If I see them again, I'll put them on.
If they're going to target something, it's going to be like Tel Aviv, Haifa, places like that. They're not going to hit Jerusalem. So stop it. It's a holy site for both sides. And you risk.
Christopher Miller reports that there's a series of explosions in central Kyiv, Ukraine right now. Air defenses are working. There is an airstrikes alert in Kyiv, Ukraine. Which, I mean, that happens a lot in Ukraine, where Russia launches missiles into Ukraine. I'll keep an eye on that.
So I put this one up because this has a bunch of camera angles. Just to give you an idea.
Thank you to Joe. Joe has been nervous about the future. Everything feels like it's going to explode.
It does.
The energy is palpable. That's what Joe says. Thank you, Joe.
It's a powder keg. It is a powder keg. The fuse has been ignited. I hate to say it, and hopefully the fuse goes out. That's the best way I could put it.
I do feel like, I kind of feel like if it's going to happen, we'll hear a little more beforehand.
Of course.
Either either, and I might be totally wrong about this,
I'm agreeing with Steve
but
already. Where
either
he's going.
we'll hear about some airspace closures or we'll, you know, hear about some warning to Israel to its citizens. I just feel like we'll hear something, but I might be wrong about that.
No, he's right. He's right. That's why I was watching
And that
the
stuff
airspace.
could come at any time.
Yeah. That's why I was watching the airspace. He's right.
Ray Kitchens thinks airspace closure is the best indicator.
It is. It is. That's why I'm watching it. Because then they don't want to have no
Yeah,
planes.
I'll repeat what I said before about Iraq. People keep mentioning Iraq in the chat. We've already reported on it a couple times. As I said, Reuters reported that 2 rockets were fired at Iraq's Al-Assad Air Base, which hosts the U.S. and other international forces in western Iraq. Security sources said it was not clear if the attack caused any casualties or damage inside the base, the sources said. That's all I know right now on that. That happened a couple hours ago.
Well, there's a couple of planes coming in. Oh, the air traffic is still flowing in Beirut. Is that same flight? What the fuck is that? ISR. It's moving fast. Look how fast that thing is moving. ISR. What is ISR? Is that Israel?
One of our viewers said, do you think Iran could possibly invade Israel through Iraq and Syria if they need to?
What the fuck is that?
If that is only something that would be happening if there was like an all-out war between the countries, that is a very different situation. To have some sort of all-out war.
Have to do it a different way.
The only way Iranian forces would be trying to go into Israel directly is if they were at an all-out war, and that's just a very, very different situation than what we have now. So no, not any time in the near future. That's not going to happen. What you could happen is, you could have, maybe you will have people from Hezbollah trying to infiltrate from the northern border, or maybe Iran has proxy forces in the West Bank who try to infiltrate through there and conduct some sort of terrorist activities. But
was that an actual surveillance plane that they put out? ISR. It was ISR 843, but ISR is coming up as a surveillance. ISR 843 data. Whose airline is that? It is a civilian plane. This is an old thing, but so that looks like it's an Arabian airline. Aircraft details. It's an Airbus airline. Who is this airline? Israel. What the fuck? Israel Airlines is the biggest tour operator and second biggest airline in Israel. But that shit was just going into Beirut. That was what that tag said on that fucking plane. Look. An Israeli plane landing in Lebanon? Does that make sense to anybody? That's what that tag is. I don't know how that makes any sense right now. It looks like it just fucking landed. But that's what that is. That's the tag, ISR 843. And that's the plane. ISR 843. And it belongs to, it's the second largest airline in Israel. Does that make sense? So Lebanon is still allowing flights in from Israel, what, to take out their citizens? I'm trying to figure out why that is. Oh. That's the one that just landed. We have a plane taking off now. NOS. So there's still activity in Beirut at their airport. NOS 9051. NOS 9051. Plane. Who is Niels? Okay. That just landed? I didn't see that coming in. I don't think so. So who is Niels belong to? This is now. And it's going to be landing in Tel Aviv. It took off from Greece. Did it make a stop in Lebanon? Yeah, that is the final destination for that flight. Tel Aviv. Wow. Interesting. So it's flying. That's it. It's going to fly around and come back into Israel. That's wild. Why is that? Is it avoiding this airspace? There's Damascus. There's nothing. Oh, stop it. There's nothing flying in and out of Damascus, that's for sure. Nothing important. I find that very curious, though. Am I bugging out, or is that plane just falsely... Why did it stop moving? Unless there's a glitch in the system. Oh, now it's moving again? I don't know. Anyway. One thing is certain. If nothing happens in the next couple of hours, nothing is going to happen.
Adox TV thinks it'll be tonight or tomorrow.
Because they're gonna definitely want to do it during the night. It didn't take long. It really is literally under.
Kenneth Freeman says Iran would serve them. Our viewer Kenneth Freeman writes in and says Iran would serve themselves well to wait as long as they possibly can, short of the U.S. and Israel making a preemptive strike. Currently, Israel is under siege, thinks Kenneth. No air traffic, ships, and a government in hiding. Well, there is air traffic.
There is air traffic.
Tel Aviv airport is still operating.
That's right.
But certainly there is limited air traffic. A number of airlines have, for example, canceled flights into Israel. So that is true. So what Kenneth is saying is he thinks Iran might want to wait to cause
Disruption.
further disturbance
Yep.
to Israelis.
Yep. That makes sense. Keeps them on edge. But again, if anything's going to happen, it's going to happen within the next few hours.
Faytux News just mentioned a story by Khan News Israel. I think they might have been talking about this yesterday too.
I would say after midnight, local time, to say 2 or 3 in the morning, then nothing's going to happen. Because they're not
So-
going to do it. Not with daylight. They're not going to do
Well,
it.
one thing they say is they talk about whether Israel was going to do a preemptive attack on any of the forces that are going to launch an attack on them. This is interesting. Khan News, I don't know if this is true. Khan News says in Israel it is estimated that the Iranian attack will focus on military targets. They said that just came out. So certainly civilian targets would be much more provocative
Yes.
for Iran to hit than military targets. But they also might have more of a deterrent effect. I don't know. Anyways, Khan News Israel is saying that the Iranian attack is expected to focus on military targets. That's what people in Israel think.
Which makes sense.
Also, in Israel, it is estimated that Iran's response will not lead to war, but will be on a higher level than the April response. And they also say that Khan News also reports that Israel is preparing for an immediate response to Iran's response, and there's a debate on whether to carry out a preemptive strike. That's according to Khan News.
Oh,
By the way, I
Jesus Christ.
appreciate Faytux News for highlighting this story by Khan News Israel.
Israel is not going to do a preemptive strike because
Oh, somebody asked about Saudi Arabia. Sorry,
the whole
I meant to
world
say
will be
something
like,
on that.
you fucking instigated this.
So
They're
according
going
to
to blame
Khan
Israel
News,
100%.
a Saudi official said that Saudi Arabia would not allow any foreign object to go through the skies.
Uh-oh.
And
What does that mean?
that where is
Any.
this here? This is from Roy Case of Khan News. He reports Saudi Arabia will not allow any foreign body to pass through its skies,
Oh, shit.
which would suggest, again, no Iranian drones and missiles will be allowed through its skies.
Any foreign? What about U.S.?
But also,
U.S. has bases.
Sky News Arabia claimed Jordan's foreign minister told Iranians that Jordan will not allow Israel to use its airspace and will not allow Iran to use its airspace.
So both.
So I don't know the facts here, but has Saudi Arabia told Iran that we will shoot down drones or missiles if you shoot them over Saudi Arabia? I could see them doing that. They're longtime enemies. I think I saw a quote from some report claiming that Iran said that's claiming that Saudi Arabia said, well, we'd be doing it to protect ourselves. So I don't know for sure.
Okay, so Jordan is saying they're not going to allow anything that comes from Iran flying over their territory or Israel. Planes.
We got the Modine Israel camera back. The Modine Israel
So-
camera is
That is important in two ways. On the one hand, they're not going to allow Iranian drones or missiles to fly over Jordan and help intercept them, but at the same time, they're not going to allow Israeli aircraft to fly over Jordan if they want to do a countermeasure against Iran. They're going to have to go through the north and Syria, but they're not going through Jordan to get to Iran. Because I have a feeling they're going to go after. They've been dying to do it. It gives them a reason. Israel's not going to go after their oil fields. I know you know what Israel's going to go after, right? For those bird heads that think they're going to take out the bird brains, they think they're going to take out the oil fields. No, that's not what they're going to go for. They're going to hit their nuclear facilities. They've been dying to get a chance to do it. That's what Israel's going to go for. If this shit amps up, Israel's going for those uranium enrichment plants and nuclear facilities. That's what they want. They've been telling the world at the UN, Netanyahu, Iran is 6 months from developing the high grade necessary to create a nuclear weapon. They're months away. Which some people think they're like a fucking week away now. That's what they're going to do. They're going to go after these sites. Now, I don't know if the United States gave them the capacity to do the underground bunker buster equipment and all that stuff. But that's what they're going to do. They're going to go in, and they've done it before. They're going to go in, they've done it in other countries too, to take out their nuclear. Look that one up. But they're going to definitely target their nuclear program and the nuclear facilities. I would put money on that. It's not going to be oil fields like some people in Congress want Israel to do, Netanyahu to do. No, it's not going to be oil fields. You need to retire. Your mind is sinking just like somebody else's mind was sinking. You need to go because you're thinking crazy now. But that's what they're going to do. I would put, if it escalates to that point, that's what I think Israel's going to hit. And yes, if they don't want to escalate it that high, they're going to hit the targets that supposedly launched the missiles like the last time. They're going to hit their defense radar installations and the places where allegedly these missiles were fired from. A tit for tat. But if they really want to ratchet it up, if Israel really wants to ratchet it up, go after their nuclear. I'm just saying. They've been dying to do it. They're just waiting for a reason to do it. I think this could be part of that too. This could be all part of that. You know, we could sit here and speculate on so many different perspectives and angles. But I'm sure Israel wouldn't mind the opportunity to hit those facilities. What about you? You think? I think so. And again, it's all about thinking about all the possibilities. It's amazing how people, I still can't get over that. People want the United States and Israel to hit their oil fields. I just can't understand how people could be, are you fucking nuts? Oh, but we gotta, it'll hurt. This is the reasoning by the way. This is what it is. It'll hurt their economy and they won't be able to give the money to these proxies to supply them. It'll shut down. They won't have the resources and money. Yeah, but at the same time, you're going to start a fucking global war with China. So which one? You want a global? You want to go to war with China? Because they're going to, I'm telling you, China's going to move on. If they didn't now, and haven't yet, Taiwan is done. They're taking Taiwan. You hit the United States involved in any way, hitting those oil fields that China has multi-billion-dollar investment in. You hit those oil fields, China's going to say, screw you, we're taking Taiwan now. And what are you going to do about it now? I'm telling you. It's amazing how these people in Congress, I don't know how they still in Congress, how they think. I mean, really, I don't even know how they represent the country, the people, the way they think. It's if this is where we're at, we're in trouble. I actually am going to look this up because I haven't dug into this, the political part of it. I haven't, because I can only imagine what it's like out there. But I wonder how many people in Congress are pushing for an attack on Iran. I just wonder. I know of one. Okay, let's see. Past week. Actually, I'm surprised. I'm not finding. I'm not seeing. I'm going to put him on for now.
And we'll try to hide it in a way they haven't before. That I don't know. Thanks, Jackie Morgan. I just caught it. The reason the live shot is not full screen is because this live shot is framed in a way that it normally is not. And if I make it full screen, you will lose the bottom. So I have it zoomed in a bit. That way you can see the stuff on the bottom better. All right, real quick, I need to take 1 minute. I need a 1 minute quick break. I'm going to leave this camera up for 1 minute, and I will come back in 1 minute. Steve will be back in 1 minute. 1 minute.
Oh my God. Holy shit. So here's some of the rhetoric. I didn't even know this. I didn't even know this till I just read it. So
Okay, I'm back.
All right.
I'm back.
Let me mute him. This was, of course, it was posted in the Jerusalem Post, because people don't realize other countries use what our people say for their benefit. They don't realize how they use what Biden says or Trump says or anybody in Congress, and they put it on their end to the media to show all their people that they have support or not support from any individuals. People, I don't understand, but they use it all the way. This was July 31st. This article by the Jerusalem Post. So obviously, Senator Graham calls for military force against Iran over Hezbollah threats. He said any escalation by Hezbollah against Israel that leads to a major confrontation should be viewed as an attack carried out and executed by Iran. Let me see. He's coming up with a resolution that he introduced. The Senate asserts that efforts to deter Hezbollah and the Islamic Republic of Iran are most credible when the president keeps all options on the table, including military force. The resolution holds Iran and Hezbollah responsible for any adverse impacts on the people of Lebanon that result from an attack on the state of Israel by Hezbollah, and also urges Congress and the president to use all diplomatic tools and power projection capabilities to hold both Iran and Hezbollah accountable. Graham also introduced an authorization for use of military force, which will permit the U.S. armed forces against Iran for threatening the national security of the U.S. through the development of nuclear weapons. I totally agree with that. That part I totally agree. According to him, the resolution, this is separate though, this is a separate resolution, would be triggered if the president determines that Iran possesses uranium enriched to the weapons grade, where they're close. I'm telling you, they're close. And possesses a delivery vehicle capable of ballistic missile, ICBM, of delivering a nuclear device against Israel or other allies or the United States. So and then he says Iran will keep going until somebody tells them to stop. It's time to put the red lines on their nuclear program. That's what I said. If they're going to target something, target their nuclear program. What did I just say 10 minutes ago? Graham is hitting on that. And look what he says. Their ability to enrich uranium grade is now a matter of weeks, not months. The ability to weaponize the material has advanced, and it is now time for Congress to lend their voice in the proper response. Not only should Israel hold Iran accountable for any escalation by Hezbollah, the United States should do the same, according to Graham, with vital facilities like oil refineries on the list. That's where he lost me. Do not target their oil refineries. Time to hit the Ayatollah. He said this: if Hezbollah attacks Israel, my hope is that they will have one less refinery than they do today. Now, one might be a sign. It's not going to diminish their whole output, but one would be a warning shot. So see how he said one. They will have one less refinery than they do today. It is time to hit the Ayatollah in the pocketbook. Oil refineries are the lifeblood of this regime. Without those refineries, they would not be able to fund terrorism. What did I say earlier? That's the excuse they're going to use. The money is being used to provide money to the proxies. I just said that 10 minutes ago. You know where they're going with their narrative. You know, before I even look it up, I already know where they're going to go. It's so predictable. So, if you're hit by Hezbollah, look what it says. So our friends in Israel, if you're hit by Hezbollah, strike hard, strike lethal, and include Iran on the target list. Iran cannot use its proxies in Lebanon without facing reprisals in Iran itself. Escalation, attack Iran. Just attack Iran too. I was with him with the nuclear. He lost me with the oil refineries. Lost me. I go with the nuclear part. I get that. But as far as hitting their oil reserves, their refineries, well, who is a number one customer of those refineries? China. Big Bear, I agree. Big Bear says, Ayatollah of Iran are afraid, just like the Wicked Witch of Oz, afraid of the falling houses. That's another thing. There is a lot of unrest, especially by the young people in Iran. They're tired of this bullshit regime. They're tired of the lack of freedoms they have. They are tired. They're tired. There is a lot of that sentiment in Iran itself, and they know it. That's why as soon as any protests happen, they're quick to put that fire out. So, yes, there are definitely internal issues going on in Iran. You know, so let's not discount that part either. Like I said, there's so many ways to look at this. I mean, my God, the more things I think about looking up is like, it's crazy. Okay, let me see past week. Well, that was today. Here's one. And I can't look at it because what is the date on this? This is today. This is today. Putin ally holds talks in Iran as the Middle East teeters on the brink of a wider war. Shoigu arrives in Tehran. A senior ally of President Vladimir Putin arrived in Tehran on Monday for talks with Iranian leaders, including the president and top security officials, as the Islamic Republic weighs its response to the killing. Russia has condemned the killing. In Iran last week, called for all parties to refrain from steps that could tip the Middle East into a wider regional war. And that's all I could read for free. But you don't think his Security Council chief visited today? Today. See, I can't read it because I'm not paying. I'm not fucking doing that. So there's a Russian security chief in Tehran right now talking about the very thing that's about to happen, or maybe not happen. I can't even imagine. Did China meet with? China deal with Iran 3 days ago. I did not put that in. This is all about a Saudi thing. Where's China? Nothing. That's not what I put in the search. It keeps coming up with Saudi. By the way, I don't know if you saw this in the news. The UK intelligence gave people that were part of the lawsuit with the Saudi Arabia involvement in 9/11, and boy oh boy did they give them some incredible information connecting the Saudis to 9/11. I don't know if you've seen that, any of that. That was last week in a court. And they showed it. I cannot believe Why is it coming in with Saudi Arabia? China. Let me see. Let me try it a different way. Meeting with Iran. Nothing. All they said is this. We are highly concerned about the incident and firmly oppose and condemn the assassination. They, of course, it's the same wording. We worry that we're concerned that this could lead to further instability. China hosted rival Palestinian factors Hamas and Fatah in Beijing, where they signed an agreement to form a national unity government in post-war Gaza. Look at that. China's already dipping into the politics of what happens in Gaza after everything happens. So, see, China's very involved in this too. You cannot forget about the China equation. China deal again. Wait. China investment in Iran. That was old. They had a $400 billion Iranian deal back in 2021. This is last year, Iran and China, a trade lifeline. Remember that. China depends a lot on Iran. Oh, this one is probably some outlet that's saying the myth of massive investment. That's not a myth. Sorry, that's not a myth. It's fact. But they're going to try to put their spin that this is fake news. Move on. Of course, you know that comes. What's the year on this? What year is this? Old. 2021. It's probably part of that same fucking deal. Let's do past month. Tehran Times. Today. China-Iran relationship will see robust development. Dated today. So Iran, this is from Iran, making a statement. China's got our back. That's a statement. Oh, Eric. Not a good time. I'm still live streaming. I'm about to stop because I got to do a pre-record. What's up? I'm still live streaming. I'm about to get off so I could do a pre-record for Todd. OD. What's going on? So anyway, getting back to this. This was released today. Why would they release this today? Timing is a bitch. Timing is everything. Despite what people in politics might say to try to put a spin that no, it's not really that strong, their relationship. No. We don't have to worry about China. Oh, fucking yes, you do. It's important to speak on facts, not opinions. This is not opinionated. This is coming from Tehran. Tehran put this statement out there for a reason. This is not somebody sitting like me in a chair saying, hypothesizing that, speculating or creating my own personal opinion, my personal biased opinion, saying that this is what's going on. No. It's coming from the parties themselves. And I cannot emphasize how much oil that China oil imports from Iran. Hit those fucking fields. Just hit them. Iran expanding oil trade with top buyer China. This is a few months ago. It's definitely a warning from China, Big Bear. I don't understand how people don't see this. They get a lot of oil from Iran. So he says, oh, it's going to hurt Iran in their pockets on the money they give to their proxies. Yes, but it's also going to hurt the countries that depend on getting that oil import from Iran. You ever think about that, Lindsey Graham? Really? You're not thinking about that angle? Then you should be. Pay attention. If a simple person like me can think about these things, and you're in Congress for all those years, and you don't think about the other possibilities and how it affects other countries, not just our own Israel and Iran and Lebanon and Syria, but you're not thinking about how it affects other big fucking powered countries because you're looking at them in a diminished way, oh, we can take them out. Oh, that is scary thinking. That is fucking scary thinking. And you know what? Who do you think? I wonder where they're making all kinds of deals, like Iran is supplying Russia with drones and equipment. You don't think China's going to supply Iran with fucking weaponry? And sell it to Iran the same way they buy the oil? Now we'll sell you some weapons. I noticed it, Julian, you were gone. I mean, wake up. I wonder. That's another thing I wonder. China military equipment sold to Iran. I don't even know. I'm just looking. What? This is over a year ago. Will China become a major arms supplier to... Oh my God. It's already out there. This is old. Let's go to past month. China Nexus. What's this? 4 days ago. Iranian missile and UAV procurement. China Nexus. Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control is targeting 5 individuals and 7 entities based in Iran, the People's Republic of China and Hong Kong that have facilitated procurements on behalf of subordinates of Iran's Ministry of Defense and Arms. So, oh shit. Upgraded equipment for their ballistic missile system and UAVs. Iran's acquisition of critical missile and UAV components continues to enable its proliferation of weapon systems to its proxies in the Middle East and to Russia. Oh, so China's involved. There are people in China already assisting Iran upgrading their fucking weapons capabilities. Look at this. 6 days ago, U.S. sanctions firms in China and Iran for aiding Tehran's drone program. China's fucking helping them. So you want to... China's involved. Whether we like it or not, China is behind the scenes. And it's the same thing about sanctioning 5 people. Oh, fuck. Like they give a fuck. What? Is Armenia an ally of Russia? Even Iran denies a 500 million foothold in Caucasus. Okay, so they're denying it too. Of course they will deny it. With the Yurik von... Who is that? I can't... Armenia. Armenia. Is Armenia an ally of Russia? Let me look. I don't know. Oh, maybe not. Oh, but they were. Oh shit, because they sent you... This is what fucked it up. They sent humanitarian aid to Ukraine. The arrival of U.S. soldiers for a peacekeeping training exercise in Armenia has rankled the Russian government, which has for decades acted as the sole security guarantor for the former Soviet Republic. Oh, so that must be pissing them off. Oh, so their alliance with Russia is breaking down a bit. Oh shit. This is... Armenian leader announces plans to leave Russia-dominated security alliance as ties with Moscow sour. So I wonder how old that... So maybe that's why they backtracked. Iran backtracked on that deal. Because Russia said, you're not fucking doing that with Armenia. Because they're having bad relations with Armenia. Russia. I might be reading too much into this. But the cookie crumbles. I have to say, it's fascinating the more you do digging the right way. Researching the proper way. And not in a out there way. You can kind of see how the pieces come together. So, before we go to attack Iran, for those here in the United States, just be mindful, you are definitely, possibly causing the beginning of fucking World War III. Before you open your mouth and say, let's attack Iran. It's so easy for us to say. Not so smart. It's not just about them using the money to fund the proxies. It's how it affects other countries, especially world powers. China is not going to be happy if you take out their number one biggest supplier of oil imports, which is Iran. The proxies are going to scream up and down, but China's going to scream a lot louder. Because you just fucked them over with their major number one supplier of oil. I don't want to say World War III either, but just it can turn into a global war, which would be World War III, Julian. If China gets involved, Russia gets involved, it's a world war. It's not just a regional conflict anymore. It becomes a world war. I'm not saying that loosely. It can elevate to that level. Especially, like I said, if China, what happens if China, like I said earlier, says, okay, we're taking Taiwan now? That involves Japan, South Korea, United States. Right now, think of the relationships between Australia and China, India with China. All kinds of relations are screwed up and messy around the world. We just can't look at it at ourselves. We have to look at the wider global effects. Australia and China, it's tense. I don't know if you realize that. It's fucking tense. And India with China was a little intense at times. We can't forget all these little other things they're not little. These other things that are going on around the world. I don't think a lot of people are aware of it, though. So this is a couple of months ago. Okay? China changes story on military confrontation, accuses Australia of spying. Beijing said it intercepted, one of its fighters intercepted an Australian helicopter because it was spying. They said that the helicopter was trying to spy on the naval exercises in the Yellow Sea. There's a lot of tension between Australia and China. Let's not forget what's going on around the world. The tensions are everywhere. Look at India and China. Another one. So that's why when I say escalations, when other parties get involved, it can turn into a global war. I hear you, Julian. I don't mean to be like a bearer of like really dark, negative stuff here. But people need to be made aware of it's not that simple. Europe, 20% of Europe's oil comes from, guess, Iran. 20% of their oil supply. They also, with the whole pipeline controversy, Nord Stream, Germany, Russia. It's complicated. It's fucking complicated. That's why you got to think. Okay. Trying to get something more recent. Then I'm getting off because I got to do a show in a few minutes. China imports 1.4 million barrels. Oh my God. Oh my God, hell no, way more. Here's another one a week ago. China's Iranian crude imports find new market in Northeast. Imports of Iranian crude have been flowing into the port and refining since late last year. The shift has happened as demand for Iranian crude from small buyers in the independent refining hub province, Shandong province, has waned in the face of deteriorating refining margins squeezed by higher crude prices but weaker than expected fuel demand. They have been Iran's major buyers in China. Iran including its oil is subject to U.S. sanctions. But China did not stop buying Iranian oil. So they said, "Fuck you in the United States with your sanctions. We're not respecting those sanctions." Pretty much. Malaysia's big on it now. Malaysia. 1.5 say million barrels per day. The United States can't do nothing about it if other countries, you see how they blame the Biden administration? Sanctions aren't working. Other countries don't recognize our sanctions. This is where they get their fucking oil from. The United States is not like the bully that can tell them not to get their fucking oil from there, because where else are they going to get their oil from? Us? Is that the plan? And I can only imagine where this person is coming from with their angle. I can only imagine. It's politicized. I still don't see the number. I may not have to do past month, past year. Okay, here's a Euro thing, I think, for 2022. Oil import dependency at its highest in 2022. Wow. They depend a lot on foreign oil. Look at this. In 2022, beyond what people think, the increase in import dependency coincided with considerable changes in import origins. In May 2022, the European Commission implemented the Repower EU plan to reduce its dependency on Russian fossil fuels. In 2022, imports of oil and petroleum products from Russia decreased by 25 million tons. This decrease was compensated by increased imports from Saudi Arabia, United States, and Norway. But it's not showing where they get their oil from. like the whole list, which is what I really. Despite sanctions, 2 EU members imported Iranian oil in 2023. Who were they? Bulgaria, Georgia, which is really an old Russian territory. But that's not still giving the whole picture. This is from Iran. It's going up. It dipped when the sanctions went into place, but now average growth. We need to see newer numbers on this side. It's really hard to tell. I can't read the rest. Huh. Fuck. This is about that stuff that was going on with Yemen and the Houthis. Holy shit. The European Union imports about 1.9 billion cubic meters from Qatar. Iraq exports about 21. This is all about the Houthi stuff. This is all about that stuff that was going on. Turkey has resumed their oil too after the sanctions. Turkey's not recognizing it either. I'm not trusting this site. Ignoring U.S. sanctions. Look at this. Turkey resumes oil imports from Iran, ignoring U.S. sanctions. So even though we put sanctions on them, doesn't mean other countries are going to respect it. Because they want their fucking oil. So we can say and do what we want, doesn't mean other countries are going to respect it. They want their oil. See, when the sanctions went into place, Turkey's last oil shipment from Iran had been reported in August 2020. And now, this was July 2nd of this year. They resumed in March, nearly 4 years after cutting its shipments to comply with U.S. sanctions. So they did wait 4 years, but now they said, fuck that, we're not waiting anymore. We're getting our oil again from Iran. So again, it is complicated. It's not a simple resolution here. It affects a lot of countries. What happens here, the ramifications are felt throughout the whole region and throughout the whole world. So for those who want to attack Iran's oil fields, there's going to be a lot of pissed off countries when you do it. And they're not going to like the U.S. because they need that oil. And if Saudi Arabia and Russia and OPEC countries decide to control the market, oil's going up, regardless of what the United States does. Do you know that we are the leading exporter of oil, despite what you hear in the media? Here. Right here. United States Energy Information Administration. Annual U.S. crude oil exports. It's the highest it's ever been. We're selling our oil, exporting our oil. More than ever. I don't know if people realize that. Where is it going? Europe, Asia, Oceania. So it looks like we're almost exporting 2 million barrels per day. Back over here, it's about 1. Under the Trump years, it grew a little bit. It kind of reached 1, but look how much it's escalated. Doubling it in the Biden administration. Doubling exports in the Biden administration. Yeah, that's last year. It's hard to get the latest data, Julian. Again, yeah, a lot of it is oil export record boom in 2023. You could see it. Depends on the article. A lot of it is 2023. U.S. produces more crude oil than any other country ever. Ever. In 2023. Ever. But how is the United States producing all this oil if we don't have enough drilling permits or sites to do it? But I thought that was what they were saying, right? U.S. isn't using its own territory to get this oil from? That's a lie. That's an outright fucking lie. I can try doing like the past, that's any time. We can try doing the past month. That's just the oil futures. That's different. Inputs. Stocks of crude. It's all about the stocks. It's hard to get it. I would have to sit here and search for it. Here's 6 days ago. While this is, now see that cover is 2020. Don't look at the cover. This is actually today. Just looking at it historically. So we would have to read through all this shit. I want to just put up stats. let's look at PolitiFact. Let's see what they fucking say here. Oh man, I'm not gonna be able to look at it. Oh wait, we could maybe do it by disabling the ad blocker. Let's open it up with another browser. I have all kinds of blockers using Firefox. Let's see when they fact-checked her. Oh boy. Okay, so see how they mix stuff? I was saying that earlier. Today, America has record energy production, and we are energy independent. She's right and misleading on another. Harris is right about record energy production, but she's only partly right about the energy independence. By some definitions, the U.S. is energy independent, but by one and an important one, it's not. Overall, U.S. energy production, which includes everything from heating oil to gasoline to sources using electricity, blah, 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 hit 102.82 quadrillion British thermal units in 2023, 4% higher than 2024, which was the previous record. This reflects recent growth in U.S. energy production, which has flourished under both of the last two presidents. See what it says? To be fair, under both of them. Not under one, and not one or the other. Both of them. We export more energy than we import. We became, under Trump, the first time it was a net exporter over more than import. But that has continued ever since. See the available data, see, it's limited to 2023. So it's hard to find and nail it. U.S. oil permits issued. Biden, Trump. Here's another big one that's misleading. Look at this. President Joe Biden has approved nearly 50% more oil and gas drilling permits for wells on federal land since taking office than former President Donald Trump did in his first 3 years. So, and you know, depending on where you look at the information, from a conservative site to a liberal site, they're gonna take out snippets. It's so misleading. Like, it could give you a headache, actually. That's old. See, a lot of this is political spin. Reuters. So Reuters is not like Fox News or CNN. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
I'm feeding the cats.
Oh, not you. I'm not talking about you. See, like this one is a conservative one saying that Biden's oil letdown. It's so fucking misleading. And people listen to it and buy into it. But it's not a fact. Oil drilling permits. Biden versus Trump. I know there's a statistical place that shows it, but it can't be old. Here's a 2024. Biden administration oil drilling permits outpaced Trump. In 2023, it granted 3,377 permits to drill on public land. The other one was federal, because this is the one that they say that he's not allowing it on public land. Well, you're wrong. And he's fought. The climate activists have been fighting the government on this. They won a case for Gulf drilling. I couldn't believe that. See? .org. It's unbelievable. But it's hard to nail down the actual numbers. Newsweek. January 9th. Old. So under Donald Trump, the highest was 13 million. In October of 2023, it hit 13.2 million. Even though, yes, green energy. I'm all for fucking green energy. I'm saving tons of money with my green energy. Oh, fucking yes. You better believe that. For those that are ignorant, that have no idea what green energy really is all about, you should learn. I can put my utility bill from last year to this year. I've saved $500 in 2 months off my electric bill because I now have solar fucking panels. So, and I cannot wait to see what happens this winter to see if I can bring down the oil usage in this house and go more with electric to heat up the house, everything else. Oh, God, yeah. I'm all for it. Please. Please do it. I've saved $500 in 2 months already from the panels. In just 2 months, $500. That's a lot of money. So hell yes. And other people should look into it too for themselves, if you can. If you're in an area that's conducive to having solar. You should too. Unless your state is anti-green, then you're fucked. You're not going to get this. Which is, it sucks. Because people could be saving a lot of money with their dependency on these plants. Fact. So, this is to be fair. I can tell you from experience. And I've showed the data on the screens before on how much money Mom and I are saving in this house from the panels. And how much production I'm getting from my panels. It's thank you. You know how much I pay in oil per month on a budget payment plan? Otherwise, I would get hit with $1,000 oil delivery in the winter. $1,000 oil delivery to fill my 250-gallon tank at the current prices would cost me $1,000 for oil, heating oil. I paid $365 per month to build up that bank of money, so when I get deliveries, it's already there for them to take it out. Do you think I want to pay $365 fucking dollars a month on oil when I may have an alternative solution that could save me hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to do the same thing to produce heat in my home during the winter? But no, I love oil. I'm an oil lover. I'm a gas lover. I just love it. I love it. I just love it. I don't care how much I got to pay for it. I love my pay 20 cents per kilowatt. I just love it. I just don't want to lose my electricity because I just love it. I have a love for it. That's so stupid. It's all about saving money and putting money in your pockets, right? Isn't the economy the number one issue in the country? So you're not thinking about it affecting you in your pocket and how much money you could save going green? Think about having an electric car where you could charge it from your solar panels in your house and you don't have to go to the gas pumps anymore. Think about that. How much does a person spend on oil and gas per year is in the thousands. Thousands. It's crazy. Craziness. What's going on? I'm about to end the stream because I got to do a pre-record with OD.
Yeah, you see the news?
No, what happened now? Please tell me it's nothing crazy.
It is crazy. America's injured in rocket attack.
What? Oh, no, that was earlier today in the military base. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
In Iraq.
Good.
It's not good.
Biden is now in the situation.
Oh, that was already planned before this happened. I don't know if he... No, I know that for a fact because I did the research earlier today. That was a planned meeting with the national security staff talking about the crisis in Iran with Israel. That was already pre-planned. But...
They had special forces in Cyprus.
That I did not know. But keep me in the loop. I got to stop my stream and get ready to do a pre-record with OD. And I'm going to mention to him about the possibility that we're going to do a news segment, a special, see if he wants to be involved.
Yeah, they think something's going to happen today.
I know everybody. Even Trump said it at a rally. He thinks something's going to happen tonight.
Yeah, did you see the stock market?
Yeah, the stock market is responding to so many different things.
Oh, it's crashing.
It's going to be bad if that's why if you hit these oil fucking refineries in Iran, the whole economies all over the world are going to explode.
Yeah, the Japanese one. We'll talk later.
We'll talk later. I'll call you when I'm done with the pre-record.
Yep.
Later, bro. So, but do you understand how insane things are? I know somebody, he owns a lot of the properties in this area. He's the big real estate mogul, and he owns the property next door. He said, Bill, and he's a Republican, but up here, it's more moderate Republican. It's not extreme stuff. They're more moderate. And he says, Bill, get an electric car. I said, what? I own 3 of them. One for me, one for my wife, one for my kid. I bought all electric cars. I said, really? Why? Because I have solar panels, just like you're getting. This is before I got them. I charge all my vehicles up with the solar power. It costs me no money. You want to know how much money I've saved with all 3 vehicles in 1 year? $4,000 in gas. I was like, what? Because they travel a lot. $4,000 in gas. I mean, how much? I didn't want to say that. How much are you fucking driving? But see, you don't have to rely on these pumps. You go electric, depending on how far you travel. With solar panels, you're paying $0 to power up that vehicle. $0. Because the panels are producing it. Let me say that again. $0. Not going up to the pump to spend $50, $60, $70, whatever it is you fill up your gas tank. So enjoy the same way. I am really, really, really thinking about an electric vehicle. And he told me, Bill, you have solar now. He told me that 2 days ago. I see you have solar now. Have you considered? I said, I'm still thinking about it. You can get them to put the charger connected to your house where it comes out and you charge your car. You got solar. You should go all the way. He's like trying to convince me. Anyway, so it's complicated. For all those people that rave about oil and look, nobody's saying to stop producing it at all because, we have our little fast cars and like that, There's no reason it should always be available to the public. So, you hear that talk, they're just trying to take away our oil and gas and all that shit. That's fear-mongering, like they always do. It's about moving toward a better solution, a better way, a better power source. It has nothing even to do with the climate. It's about money. Save a lot of money. Don't people want more money in their pockets? Well, thank you, I got solar panels and I'm only paying $125 a month. When my electric bill would have been $400 for a summer month. Winter, we'll see. But I need to go. I got to do a pre-record like now. So I'll keep an eye on this while I'm doing my work. It's only for an hour. I should be back later on. Keep an eye on this. So pray for peace. I hope nothing crazy happens. Be well, be blessed, be safe. Cheers. Have a great rest of your evening, afternoon, whatever it is. And I'll see everybody maybe in a little bit. And let's pray for peace. We don't want to see war. We don't want to see an escalation. We don't want to see any of this. Hopefully, cooler heads will prevail and there'll be some kind of a diplomatic solution to everything that's going on. And that's wishful thinking, I know. I'm living in some kind of never land.